Ay, ay, ay. The heck is that? There's like a mad delay. Hey, sweet tea, how are you? What the heck happened? Can you hear me okay? Oh, man, for the love of God. Just when I think I have it all set up okay, some crazy happens all the time. Hey, Lee, can you hear me okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, let me pause that. Hey, Clancy, how are you? Hello, Freeside and Dorothy Gale. How are you guys doing? Hope you're doing good. It's better to hang out for a little bit and see how everybody's doing. It's been kind of crazy. I just saw that I don't know, I think it was maybe earlier today or yesterday, possibly the Long Island serial killer was arrested. I pulled some of that stuff up. I got a couple of funny clips. Thank you, Dorothy. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hello, the good Tiffany. I love to say that name, by the way. The good Tiffany. I hope you guys are all doing good. It's been a little crazy out here, right? It's been a little, hey, Daisy Deed, how are you? I feel like it's been a little, just serious. You know what I mean? Just a lot of deep, serious conversations. I thought maybe just kind of play it by ear. See what you guys wanted to do. If you guys wanted to hang out, I didn't even look to see who was live, who wasn't live. I just said, "F it, let's do it." Hey, Aries Fire, how are you? I hope you're good. Nightbot's in the house, y'all. Thank you, Lee. I appreciate that. Does anybody want to come hang out on panel? If so, let me know and I will drop a link. It's been a long time since I've just not really had anything planned and just said, let's just hang out with people. Get a feel for the room, see how it's going. Hope everybody's doing good. If it's cold where you're at, I hope you're warm. If it's hot where you're at, I hope you find a way to cool off. Look, Nightbot's sexy, isn't he? Mm-hmm. Hello, Nightbot. Hello, my friend. There's a cat in this house that goes, he doesn't meow. You know, cats are supposed to meow, right? He doesn't meow. He goes, hello, hello. That's exactly what his meows sound like. Do you have any cats that do that? Hello, hello, mommy. What a freaking couple of days. Like, what? I had a couple funny clips to show you guys first. I'm good, sweet tea. Just kind of like, you ever just get in those day after day? Like you wake up one day and you get aggravated or disappointed or upset or, just kind of negative about something. And then it just like rolls over into the next day. And then it rolls over into the next day. And then it rolls over into the next. I'm just like, I'm done with it. You know what I mean? I need to get rid of it. I need to, what do they call it? Pop, lock, and drop that crap. I'm done with it. Right? I swear to God, this cat does that. Hello. Hello. That's how he meows. It's one of those fancy cats. It's my brother and sister-in-law's cat. It's one of them fancy ones. I don't remember the name of it. If she comes in here, I'm gonna ask her. But I can't remember the name of it. Looks like a little cheetah. He's like, hello. And then at nighttime, when he's looking for my sister-in-law, he's like, hello, mommy. That's his meow. It's that. He speaks English. He doesn't speak cat. Aries, I see you laughing. Hey, Flip Flop. He doesn't speak like cat lingo. He speaks English. Hello, mommy. It's flipping hilarious, but it's kind of freaky too. Lee says, my mom's cat never stops meowing. He's so funny. Aw, that would drive me crazy. I've never had cats. I've always had dogs. But I swear to God, I hope he does it sometime while I'm live so I can open the door and let y'all hear him. hello. That's exactly what it freaking sounds like. It's crazy. He's also the cat that will go into the downstairs bathroom because the door's always propped open, and he jumps up on, like you put the toilet seat down, Vinny and Hondo, if you're listening, and then you close the top, the lid over the seat, and he'll jump up there, and like he wants the water on, he wants to drink out the faucet, so he's like, hello, 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 until somebody goes in there and turns the water on for him. Woo, that cat. A Bengal. I don't think it's a Bengal. Let me ask her. Let me text her real quick and ask her. She might be listening. Let me look. Let me text her real quick and see. What kind of cat? Ben. I don't want to say Ben. I don't want to say his name because, there's some psychos out here. Dorothy Flip Flop has a psychotic cat that gets on every nerve, but you love her. Yeah, it's something to get used to cats. They shit in boxes, so that's pretty simple, right? You just go in with the scooper and you scoop it up and put it in a bag, take it outside and put it in a bang. Oh, he's a Bengal. You're right. He's a Bengal cat. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Which one is Sahara then? What kind of cat is Sahara? There's two of them. His markings are called rosettes. I think that's how you say that word. Rosettettes. Somebody tell me how to say this word. Anybody want to come up and hang out? Let me drop a link just in case. I'll pop this down here. Y'all, we're going to have fun tonight because I'm tired of all this crazy. Sometimes we got to turn it off and walk away from it. A silver Bengal. Okay, silver Bengal. Do you think it's possible? Come on. Give me my daggone thing here. I don't think he's psycho or nothing like that. He's just extremely smart, which is just as scary to me. Okay, Sahara is also a silver Bengal. Are you listening to me, blushing blue eyes? Sahara's also a silver Bengal. Her markings are marbled. They're the prettiest cats I've ever seen. No joke about that. That's 100% truth. But they talk. They people talk. Hello. Hello. The one follows her around. Nala is an ass. That I agree. Undetermined lineage. Are you listening to me, blushing blue eyes? Yeah, they're very pretty. I'll have to get some pictures and show y'all what I'm talking about. I ain't gonna turn my camera on right now because it's not a good hair day. Those are cool cats. They're very smart. They're extremely intelligent. They're very athletic. Them suckers can jump like from the what do you want to call it? From the oh shit. What are they called? Like from the coffee table to the mantle above the fireplace. Are you shitting me? That little thing will jump. Like it's got kangaroo legs all automatic that just pop right out. And they lurk. But let me tell you guys something. And I'm not saying this like in a mean way, okay? I'm telling you, cats are assholes. Point blank, period. Never gonna get me to believe otherwise. Cats are freaking assholes. Let me tell you why. Hey, Valerie. Because I said Labradoodles are amazing. I believe you. I'm a dog person. I'm learning the cat thing. Cats will hide behind things. And when you go walking by, they will reach out and swat you, meaning not online swatting. You know what I mean? They'll punch you. Cats punch. They punch you. They lurk. They're little lurkers. They hide in places and then pop out their paws like they're, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee coming at you. They're just ornery and they're mean. They give love bites too, sweet tea. I've never had any love bites by these cats, but they do tend to scare me. The one would sit out in the hallway like all night long, just all night long. If he didn't get his way. Dorothy says, yes, they will, and they will jump on your back when you walk by. I believe you. They're psycho. They're little psychos. You know how Elon Musk is telling us about AI? They're like, Elon Musk is all like, watch out for AI. Watch out. You don't know what it is. They're telling you all this crazy stuff. Okay. I think cats. Just going to say it like that. Cat ears. Yeah, I've had dogs. So The cat thing is very new to me. Valerie says she's a dog person. I love animals. Yeah. Love cats too. And you want to get a parrot? Parrots are loving. Parrots, can't they bite your fingers off if they want to? Flip Flop says kitty love bites on the toes is painful. I believe you. I mean, these cats don't look like the cats that you want to F with. I'm just saying. They're not like your chubby little sitting around, They're like all over the damn place. They hide and shit. They're stalkers, stage 5 clinger cats. When my sister-in-law goes from one room to the next, there they are. They're like, "Hello, what are you doing? Can I have a treat? Are you touching something? Are you going to sit down? Can I get in your lap? Can I lay beside you? Can I sit on your feet? Are you going to put a blanket on? Can you just sit still? Don't move." I swear to you, I can tell you what they're thinking in their heads. Lee Marie loves not cats, but birds too. You'd like to have a squirrel Flip Flop? Oh my gosh. Flip Flop. A squirrel? Really? I feel like I would be scared to death of a squirrel. Aren't they a little mean sometimes too? Because you can't catch them. I've tried to. I tried to catch one. We went not long ago down to Charleston to the state capitol. And y'all, people must just go to Charleston to the state capitol grounds and just feed them. They must just feed the squirrels because squirrels get way too close to you. Everywhere you go, there's squirrels, but don't try to pick one up because it hisses at you, it stands up like a little tiny person, looks at you, hisses at you, waves its tail around, and then runs like a fart in the wind. You can't catch them. They're like little psychos too. I'm telling you, they are. Squirrels are fun. I've taken care of a few. Daisy, you have? Oh my gosh. I don't think I want to get near one. I'm not taking my chances after these cats, y'all. Hello. Hello, mommy. Doesn't that sound psycho? That's what it sounds like. It sounds just like that. Top of the stairs. Hello. 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 Until she gets up and, goes and gets it or sits down or something. Seriously. Aries says, "Oh my God, I would have a heart attack. I'm terrified of cats because I was attacked by one as a child. Never got over that." Yep, babies with milks and cats don't seem like a good thing to put together. I've tried, but no luck. So I just stick with my doggies. Yep, I'm a dog person too. Lee Marie, you are losing your mind. You love rats? Rats are sweet and loving is what you're saying to me right now, Lee? Their lifespans are so short though. Are you trying to tell me right now? Listen, y'all. Lee Marie's trying to tell me right now that rats are sweet and loving. We're going to have to talk about that one. We are going to have to talk. Have you ever had a cat unroll on the toilet paper and paper towels? No, I would shit a brick. They leave messes all over the floor, though. I know that much. Treats. You got to put 5 different places for the treats because there's one big fat cat. I mean, she's not chubby, okay? She's way past chubby. If you put a bag or a box somewhere, she puts her fat ass in it, breaks it. She'll break it just to get in it and sit in it and look at you like, what you got to say? I think she's a spy. I think she's like from another country. She's a spy. She's not nice. The rest of them, I ain't messing with them because they just look mean. They're sweet. Don't get me wrong. They're super sweet, but they look like the cats you don't fuck with. Yes, sweetie, they look like little ninjas. Like, don't fuck with these cats. They gonna fuck you up. Remember that episode of Friends when Rachel gets the hairless cat that scratches her up? She said, "I heard it say Rachel." I did not know that, but I believe it. Cats are smart. There's something up with them, y'all. Something up with cats. I don't know what it is. Flip Flop, you had a pet rat too? What is up with the pet rats? Rats? I'm with you, Dorothy. Dorothy, I got you, girl. I'm with you. Hell no. Valerie said they're cute. I like them. Rats? I mean, most people, if I see a mouse, I'm jumping on a table and screaming like a wild banshee. You know what I mean? I'm not. Pet rats? AB, welcome. Listen, Lee Marie up in the chat a little bit said rats are cute. That's what Lee Marie said. She's like, I love rats. You might need to have a talk with her just for shits and giggles. AB, if you got a minute, I have something to show you. When I saw this, I was thinking of you. I was like, holy shit. Just saw a sewer rat cross the road in front of you. Gross, right? I'm running like a fart in the wind. I'm out. If I see a mouse, I'm on a table. I don't run from a lot of things, but I'll run from a damn mouse. And a rat? Oh, God. Look, AB, I was thinking of you when I watched this. If you want to see some Glendale, California law enforcement in action, body cam footage, all of the action, right here. Here you go.
Another one over here.
How many police officers does it take to catch a couple of goats? I freaking die every time I watch this. The goats. Oh shit. Look at the body cam, baby. Oh shit. I got you, bastard. I got you.
That's how we do it. That's how we do it, boys. All right?
That's how we do it. That's how we do it, boys. Body cam footage of the goats. Hey, Sleuth Mom. Hey, Angela. The body cam footage killed me. I don't know what the goats did. I don't know what they did wrong, what laws they broke. Okay, if their constitutional rights were recognized and upheld. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Maybe I was thinking of you when I watched that. I dropped the link in the chat for anybody who wants to go back and watch it. I don't know anything about what was going on, but holy shit, yes, flip flop. Paws in the air. Don't move. Hey, Sleuth Mom. Hey, Salty. Good to see you guys. I hope you guys are doing good. For all the crazy going on, I got another funny one for you. Let me ask you guys a question before I'm going to preface this one. They should have a net to catch it. That's what I'm talking about. Something, but can you believe? You're hiding from Crystal? Incognito redacted. I'm having to hide from Crystal. Shh. Okay. Shh. Nobody tell Crystal. Incognito redacted as hiding. We got you. You can hang out here. Okay, serious question though. Have you ever picked I don't go to nail salons and get my nails done or nothing like that. For those of you in the chat that do, I have a question for you. Picture yourself sitting in the nail salon, waiting for your turn, right, to go get your nails done. And in walks in somebody with a gun and a bag, right? And they're like, get down, get on the ground, get down on the ground. Would you not shit your pants? I feel like, I don't know. Like, what would your fight or flight tell you to do? Because this happened in Atlanta about a week ago. True story here. AB, I also thought of you. I was like, AB would stand up and be like, dude, wrong day, wrong place, go. Watch how this went for this guy. I don't know if you should take lessons or anything like that. I think each situation is going to be different. Okay. I'm not telling you to do this. Hey, quiz. Please don't walk away from this saying, hey, Vilomah said, just sit there. You know, don't. I'm just going to show you how this worked out. I know I would be too. But I think my fight would also kick in. Like, not today, Satan. You know what I mean? I don't know though.
A brazen robbery attempt caught on camera. Tonight, Atlanta police are looking for a man who burst into a business looking for cash, but he didn't get the reaction he was looking for.
Fox 5's Denise Dillon walks us through surveillance video of the bizarre attempted crime.
I know the sound's a little bit low on that. Can you guys hear it okay? I think it picks back up right here. I'm going to drop the link for anybody who wants to watch this too. It's kind of funny, but not really. If you hear me laughing, I'm not laughing at the attempt. I'm laughing at the reactions.
It happened at this nail salon Monday. There were plenty of people inside at the time. Despite a man yelling at them to give him money, no one handed over any cash. A man storms into the Nail First salon on Piedmont, orders employees and customers to get on the ground, and demands they hand over their cash.
Can we take a moment to appreciate the looks on their faces whenever he walks over? See how close he is? Look at her eyebrow. The lady in blue in the first chair. Look at her face. She's like, what? What are you doing? And the one in the middle is like, are you for real right now? That's what their faces are telling me. I could be wrong, but.
Hand over their cash. His intimidation tactics don't seem to work. In fact, no one pays him much attention at all. One woman did stand up and raise her hands. The thief snatched her phone and she walked out the door. Then he continues to scream. When no one else moves, he turns and walks out the door.
I drive all the way in to come get my nails done every 2 weeks.
Lisa Barrow is a regular here. She says the owner was initially scared, but didn't react to keep his customers calm.
You know, they come first. So that's his reaction, you know, to calm everybody down, keep everybody relaxed.
Adair Martin says he's not sure he would have been so calm.
Hell, they just let him scream and go around, and that's it.
I don't know, Dorothy.
The guy say gets on the floor, get on the floor.
Molly Jones works next door. She says she would not have taken him seriously.
They're
He's
like,
just like, he
huh?
looks like he's just like
Nah.
an everyday outfit. He's not got a hood
Just
on.
standing there like, what the hell am I doing? Am I a ghost?
It looks like a joke.
Atlanta police say every situation is different, but in most cases, they suggest complying with demands for your valuables because you can't be sure how far a robber may be willing to go.
That woman's like, maybe I should
Everyone is just
leave.
thankful no one was hurt.
Other two's like, fuck that. We've been sitting here too long. I'm
The man
next.
got away in a silver-colored sedan. Police are looking for any information about this
man.
guy. If you know anything, call Crime Stoppers. In Atlanta, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
Tell me that's not the funniest shit ever. I was watching that like, are you kidding me? Atlanta must be so tired of attempted robberies that they're just like, I ain't playing no more. Get out. Put up or shut up. I mean, I don't understand it. I don't know what I would have done. I don't know what I would have done. I really don't. I don't know. But they were like, They weren't scared. Yeah, that was Atlanta, sweetie. They weren't scared. They weren't freaking out. Nobody hit the floor. Nobody tossed anything. No, he didn't get nothing but a phone. And then he might have gave it back out. He might have walked outside and said, today just wasn't my day. It didn't go as planned. Let me go ahead and get your phone back to you and have a good day. I don't know how it ended, but that's crazy. That's absolutely insane crazy. Yeah, I grew up in Augusta, and we used to go to the big ATL, once, twice a month. I mean, I guess it's safe again. Who knows? Because look how that went down. He was like, get on the floor. Give me your money. Everybody's like, not today. Okay, I woke up late. Mari costing me, I don't know how much it is to get your nails done, 40, 50 bucks, whatever. This cost me money. You are not about to ruin my whole day. Take your ass back out the door. We ain't playing. Some shit like that had to have gone down because what? I don't know, man. I don't know. But that I was watching on the news. I was like, holy shit, that really happened. Threw me off. Totally threw me off. Hey, Hippiporium, how are you? Yeah, Dorothy says, well, I know one thing. If I get out that door, I'm gone. Me too. Fart in the wind. Pure, I'm out. Didn't see nothing. Don't know nothing. Yeah. I mean, cops didn't even, they even called the cops. The guy at the cash register was just like, F out of here. You ain't getting nothing. We work for our money. You ain't coming in here taking it. I got a question though. The lady said she goes there every 2 weeks to get her nails done. Do you have to get your nails done every 2 weeks? For those of you that do get your nails done, do you have to keep that up every 2 weeks? Hey, True Texan, how are you? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. I always like seeing you in the chat. I hope you're doing good. It's been crazy out here, True Texan. It's been crazy. Been absolutely crazy. We're just goofing off over here tonight. We might watch or look at a couple articles about Long Island serial killer who they made an arrest. That's good news. So we might talk about that. But I don't really have anything planned except positive, happy, stuff like that. We got enough of the other stuff going on. Okay. You used to go, now you do your own. Ooh, that would be interesting. That would be neat. I think that's probably, if you gotta go every 2 weeks to get them things done and you learn how to do it yourself, I think you're a pro. Because every 2 weeks, that's crazy. I don't know. I've never partook, I guess, in that kind of thing. I guess I'm too tight with money. I don't know. I think I did. Well, I know I got my nails done for a couple of weddings I was in, and it was like $40-$50. Y'all spend that money every couple weeks? Good Lord. Good Lord in the morning. I think that's awesome, though, if you can get your own done, or if you do them yourself. Maybe to get fillers. The hell's fillers? What's a filler? Oh, like when they grow out and then okay, I get you. You get yours done every 2 to 3 weeks, the latest? Good Lord. It takes like forever to sit. I can't sit still like that. I cannot do it. Like, come on. And then they get that little tool out. That little, looks like a little drill with like a sander thing on the end of it. Don't tell me that little brown thing on the end of it that they put across your fingernail. Don't tell me that that's not sandpaper, because it sure does look like it to me. That's what I think it is. That dude's freaky. Did you see the pic of the guy? I did, yeah. I have a couple articles pulled up. I mean, I don't know who else talking about it. I'm sure all the true crime people are. I think it's good to see stuff like that. I'd like to know, how they found him, but I'm not true crime stuff like that. I just, I like watching it. The actual real true crime stuff. Both Amber Alerts were found safe. That's happy news. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Will you drop the links in the chat for those? For those streams that you did about those? I did catch those. I watched them. I watched the update on the guy, the missing guy. Cannot remember his Burham. $80. Inflation, y'all, not just eggs. You're not just paying triple for your eggs. Y'all still getting your nails done? Woo. Just clip yours or chew them off. You chew them off? Oh, man, that's gotta hurt. Oh, you get your feet done? They do feet? Shut up. Are you trolling me right now? Valerie, I think you're trolling me. You get your feet done? You mean oh, I'm not gonna ask. I'm not super girly, if you can't tell. You mean they put fake nails and all that stuff on your toes? Are you just saying that so I say it out loud and somebody clips it and they're like, look how stupid Vilomah is? I mean, I really don't know stuff about that stuff. Everything's expensive for sure. Quiz does her own too. That's awesome. Gel or acrylic grows out. That's the fill. Okay. That's what it's called. Acrylic. That's right. You had to learn nails in cosmetology school. Nails are your least favorite thing to do. I'll tell you my least favorite thing to do. Something with eyebrows. I was on Jenny's panel the other night and Monroe started talking about eyebrow pencils. I'm like, what are you talking about? If I stood in the bathroom with one of those pencils and tried to do something with my eyebrows, they would not look like they came from the same neighborhood, let alone from the same family. I couldn't do it. One would be, oh, there's just no way. I don't know how you guys do that. And I did look up a makeup class one time, learn how to be girly with makeup and stuff. They're super expensive. So I said, F it. As long as you got cute feet. Petty ready. You're gold. I got you. Ruined your nails. I remember for the couple of weddings that I was in, I remember soaking them things off, which took 50, 11, 30 days. And then, yeah, there's like a divot in my real nail. I'm like, what the hell? You know what I mean? Oh, thank you, Incognito. Appreciate that. Hey, BS, how are you? BS or B's? I don't really know which one's the right way. So I say them both. I hope you're good. I hope you're good, good, good. Good, good, good. Yeah, they know each other. They're good. Just do pedicures. with hot wax and hot stone. What are you talking about? Hot wax and hot stones and pedicures. That all goes together. Is that right? I feel like y'all are, I feel like my whole chat's trolling me right now. What? All this girly stuff. I need a bigger class than makeup, right? Oh my gosh, you guys. Never gotten your nails done. Blessed with beautiful nails without all those chemicals. Yeah, I can grow nails. Y'all are trolling the shit out of me. It's all right. It's in good fun. I'm cool. I'm down with it. They got Burham on a Ring door cam. Really? This morning at 5 a.m. he's still in Warren and he's limping. Ooh. Let me see if I can find that. Do you guys know about the missing dude? From the roof of the jail. A survivalist, former military, on the loose in Pennsylvania. Guys, craziness. It's not just YouTube that's lost its mind. It's the whole world. I like the looking cute and a strappy sandal because it's hot as hell here. I get you. I get you. I like sandals and flip flops and barefoot. All of that stuff. For sure. That's it. I'm bringing all my beauty stuff with me on our trip. You might have to, Lee. Look, I've tried to watch some of these makeup tutorials. Hours and hours and hours. It's like magic. I'm not kidding you. It's like the ultimate catfish and magic. Have you seen some of these people? Some of these women, when they go to take their makeup off and then the camera hits their face, I'm like, who the hell are you? Where did you come from? You know what I mean? They don't even look like the same person. Like, that's like those big padded push-up bras. You know what I mean? Like, you just look like a whole different person. I guess I don't understand it. I do, but I don't. You know what I mean? Yes. Okay, Hippie-porium. You're my kind of girl right there. If we could just get some routine massages, that would be awesome. I'd be happy with that. For sure. I'm with you. Show me dirt bikes. Oh, yes. Love me some dirt bikes. The moto sport. Love motocross, supercross. It's probably my favorite. For sure. Absolutely. Don't want your feet looking like a couple of Fred Flintstone feet. What? Yeah, no Fred Flintstone. You can just picture the feet on the underneath of the car. That's funny. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Oh, Angelo. Spa day. Okay, Salty. Get some sleep. I hope that you have a great day at work tomorrow. Take care of yourself. Drive careful and always drink lots of water. Please. Angelo said, I've decided to start doing makeup tutorials myself. They seem to make a lot of revenue. My show will show makeup and booze with bars and waking up next to Lord knows what after all that. I know, right? You gotta, it makes you wonder. Like big, thick push-up bras. And then what are them things called? Spanx. And then they do this. I don't even know what the hell it's called. But there's like dark brown pencils. It looks like crayons. And then there's white crayons. And then they put them on their face a certain way. And then they use these spongy looking things and they blot the shit out of their face. Next thing you know, they look like freaking model. And then they go and they dance their butt off and they have some drinks, whatever. Can you imagine? And then you wake up the next day, no Spanx on, letting it all hang out. Face is half melted off. Somebody is like, who the hell are you? And was I that? You know what I mean? Not that it makes you any more pretty or not, but like, what? You look like a whole different person. Listen, y'all, girls in the contour and highlight. Is that really what it's called? Is that really what it's called? My sister-in-law knows all this girly stuff. Is that really what it's called? Or are you trolling me some more? Lee Marie, don't you do it. Contour? You know, like the fender on a dirt bike is contoured. Angelo, I don't know what any of this stuff means either. It's just sometimes funny. I think it's funny sometimes. You know, I was watching a couple of those makeup channels. The girls spend all that time and product and stuff putting their face on, and it really putting a face on. And then they get a makeup wipe thing, towel looking thing. It looks like a baby butt wipe. And then they go over their face with it, and then it's like a whole other person. Like, makeup did that. Makeup did that. I swear to God, makeup did that. You told Monroe to sell her a brown crayon for eyebrows and give her one for free. You don't put crayons on your eyebrows. Do you put crayons on your eyebrows? You're not trolling me, promise, because I don't understand it at all. I understand foundation. I understand a little bit of concealer when you get to be my age. But yeah, I'm not with the rest. I don't know any of that other stuff. I don't know nothing about it. I tried to look it up and I'm like, forget it. Like, forget it. Forget it. I ain't doing it. I would drive myself crazy. I'd walk out the bathroom with some attention deficit stuff, like hours and hours and hours. Contour of a fender. Twists. You never know. You never know. But you're right, Angelo. Some of these channels do. I mean, they have tons and tons and tons of people watching do makeup. I just was wondering what the hell the eyebrow shit was people were talking about. Monroe was talking about eyebrow pencils. I'm like, is that the same thing as the eyeliner pencil? Because I've got the same eyeliner pencil for like 7 years. You just sharpen it and it brings it back to a tip. That's it. I don't know how you ladies do all of that stuff. Oh, yeah. I remember you did say that. Yep. Fake lashes. That's another one. It looks like a spider hanging off their freaking eyes. Like, what? You know what I mean? And it makes you look so beautiful. All the makeup stuff, whatever you call it, contour stuff. I just can't do it. I didn't even color in the lines as a child. I definitely am not going to try all that stuff on my face. They just end up taking it off. Really, girls, really, right? Right? Oh, I just looked him up. I found a video. You guys want to watch a video and talk about this Gilgo Beach, the Long Island serial killer? You want to talk about him? You want to talk about him? Want to? Want to talk some shit? We can do that. Hippie says, how can people wear those eyelashes anyway? I know it's like to get random eyelash in the eye. Right. I wear contacts. And it's got to be expensive. That stuff has got to be expensive because it all looks expensive. And I didn't even splurge for colored contacts. Hey, Jen H. I'm good. I hope you're doing good. I didn't even splurge for colored contacts. I thought, wonder what it's like to have blue eyes. And then I thought, I ain't paying it. Stick with green. Here we go. That's what I'm doing. In the house, keeping quiet. It's not ladies' night, Drew Texan. It's not ladies' night. I just found a video from earlier today about, I don't know how to say his last name, and so I'll wait and see how they say his last name. The Gilgo Beach murders investigation. I am glad that they got him too, because it's been unsolved for many, many years. So anybody who lives close in that area can feel a little lighter. Thank you, Jen H. I appreciate that very much. I never really realized it until after Cody passed, and then I was like, his eyes are so pretty, and he did have my eyes. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you. But I'd like to see kind of how this went down. Freaky and scary, right? Imagine somebody getting away from a really long time. And I have on my community post Angela created a petition. I'm gonna drop that in the chat to you while we're watching this, because I'd like for you guys to go read it and sign it and share it and all of that stuff. I don't want to talk about all of the crazy stuff that's been going on. I feel like giving it too much attention and beating it with like a dead horse doesn't really do much good once information's out. But I think that right now, changing laws is extremely important to protect other people. And so I think that sharing the petition is the change.org petition is a good thing to do. He absolutely has your eyes. Thank you. He definitely does. He got him on my side. So let's watch this while I grab that petition. And then let's talk about it. Unless anybody has anything else they want to talk about, the panel link is pinned. Anybody's welcome to come up and say, hey. We don't really have anything super planned. Twist says, it's True Texan. You may learn something. You never know. You may learn how not to get catfished.
This is CBS 2 News at noon.
The Suffolk County Police Department, as well as our partners in the FBI, did place one individual under arrest, and he's currently in custody at this time.
Breaking news at noon, an arrest in the Gilgo Beach murders more than a decade in the making. The case has long remained a mystery after a string of killings in 2010. This is the man police have taken into custody. Investigators
Whoa.
just giving an update moments ago. We have live team coverage this noon. Good afternoon. I'm Mary Calvi. Now on CBS 2 and streaming on CBS News New York. And this is the break in the case that families who lost loved ones have been waiting for. Police arresting a man in connection with the notorious Gilgo Beach murders, taking him into custody last night. The suspect, Rex Hallerman, set to go before a judge later this afternoon. These are live pictures outside of the courthouse in Riverhead. The specifics of the criminal charges that he is facing have not yet been announced, but we are beginning to learn more about him and his arrest that has shocked the Long Island community. We have our team of reporters covering every angle. Tim McNicholas is live in Midtown, where investigators are searching a building where the suspect was arrested last night. Natalie Dudridge has more on the victims in this case, but we start with Carolyn Gushoff with the latest from investigators. Carolyn.
Okay, so we'll finish that here in just a second, but I wanted to pop this up. I'm learning with you guys. I'm learning with you. Lise said, I think Lise said that. Let me find it quick. Yeah, I'm glad. If this is the right guy, I'm glad that they got him too. I'm very much so thankful that they got him off the streets. Let's hope some DNA stuff, pops in. I know it seems like juries really like some forensic evidence, DNA, things like that. Where did that comment go? Oh, incognito, redacted. I have a lisp sometimes too. Sometimes I don't say words right. I don't care though. I don't care. From his search, so his search history is going to play a part, it sounds like. And there it is. He's charged with 3. So he's charged with 3 of the murders. Okay. Let's see. I have the petition pulled up also. I'm going to read that here shortly too. Let's see. It's amazing what cops thought to grab from very old crime scenes that now, with the help of DNA, are going to get solved. Yeah. I bet you Gray covered this. I guarantee you Gray was on top of this. Gray's the main man. All right, let's go back to this. It's been real heavy and emotional lately. Nice to release some of that. Absolutely, that's the whole goal tonight. If anybody has anything they want to talk about, pop in the chat. Welcome to come up on panel. We're just going to hang out for a little bit. You're in hiding, everybody here? Shh. Okay, incognito redacted is in hiding.
Mary, officials are calling it a major development and a major step forward in a notorious case that has baffled law enforcement and the public for more than a decade. We know that a suspect is in custody. We know that he will be in court later today, and we know that police and law enforcement will give us more details at a 4 p.m. news conference. We know it is related to the notorious Gilgo Beach murder cases. What we don't know, the actual charges or how many of these 10 unsolved murders are connected to this scene here in Massapequa Park, swarming with police.
Members assigned to the Gilgo Beach Task Force, which consisted of numerous detectives and investigators from the Suffolk County Police Department, as well as our partners in the FBI, did place one individual under arrest.
An announcement more than a decade in the making. Sources confirm they made an arrest Thursday night of 59-year-old Rex Huerman, his alleged role to be revealed in court Friday afternoon. Neighbors woke up to an unimaginable revelation. The decade-long hunt for a serial killer is somehow centered here in Massapequa Park. Suffolk and Nassau police and state troopers descended on this modest house on First Avenue.
It's a shocker. I mean, it's a real eye-opener.
It's crazy. It's mind-blowing. It's, quiet Massapequa Park.
Those living next door to Huerman say he grew up in the house and remained with a wife to raise children, working as an architect.
We spoke frequently, every day, and his kid is a nice kid. He's a special needs kid, and the guy's been quiet, never really bothers anybody. we're kind of shocked. He grew up here with his parents and his brother.
Neighbors say he did woodwork. A large cooler was removed from the house, many here describe as dilapidated.
Every time we walk past the house, you'd say, why aren't they fixing this house up? It's the only one in the neighborhood that looks like that. And no, there was never any answers.
His alleged connection.
Like, I couldn't even imagine living next to this guy. Like, you live next to somebody for years and then find out one of the most notorious, serial killing murderers murders that's never been solved is your neighbor. Hey, Sleuth Mom, how are you? Incognito Mom, how are you?
I was going to say, shh, we're not ourselves today.
Okay.
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I was just wanting some hangout time, man. Just so.
No, I know. And I totally get it. And I was sitting here listening, like, my daughter was having a sensory meltdown, so I couldn't jump up right away. But I was like, oh, she needs somebody to bounce off of. So here I am.
Sometimes it's really good, isn't it?
It is. And you were right. Gray Hughes was all over this. And this is cases that he has already covered. So he was able to like pull up the map and show all the locations and, Gray Hughes it like he does. So it was pretty interesting to watch earlier. Could you imagine though getting caught by a pizza crust basically?
Oh my God, no. I could never. Is that how they caught him?
I guess there was a pizza crust that they got DNA off of or something.
So they do,
from what I
have
understand.
DNA.
Yeah.
Oh.
That genealogy stuff, man. It's putting in some work.
It is. It's probably one of the best things to ever happen to the true crime world, in general, the true crime world. Like, I think it's amazing. I've learned from, Gray, which I just dropped his link in the chat, that the familial DNA is really changing a lot when it comes to catching these people.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess like his wife's hair or something along those lines. Somebody's hair was left at the crime scene that was not his, but they were able, and like a pizza crust is how they eventually got his DNA to match it. Like, I don't know. I don't know the whole detail because I was like listening in between researching other stuff, but I bet you I can find it real quick while this is playing.
Okay. Like, I remember when Gray was covering, this was a couple of years ago, maybe even longer than that, but when Gray was talking about how the Golden State Killer was found. They sat outside of his house and went through garbage and then got some DNA. And then from what I understand, I'm not following the Idaho 4 because it seems like it's just been destroyed on this platform. But from what I understand, DNA is going to play a significant role in that also. I think it's amazing. We'll finish this out here quick. I'll drop the link for that video for anybody who wants to grab it.
Into the Gilgo murders mystery will be revealed in court. For more than a dozen years, the hunt for a serial killer or killers has been an unsolved obsession for law enforcement. At least 10 victims' remains were discovered along a desolate stretch of Ocean Parkway near Gilgo Beach after sex worker Shannon Gilbert disappeared. In all, the murders of 8 women, a man, and a toddler unsolved. Suffolk's new police commissioner last year rekindled the investigation, releasing new video, a 911 call, raising the reward, and launching a website. This citizen investigator thought this day would never come.
For a while, no. Only recently, I want to give a shout out to Rodney Harrison, the police commissioner. I think he's really doing a great job, taking it seriously.
We have never stopped working on this case. There are police officers, Suffolk police officers, who started working on this case who have retired now. But their efforts, their dedication, it has never stopped.
A grand jury at this hour, officials tell us, is hearing evidence, and an indictment is expected to be unsealed in court this afternoon. We will then know what the charges are and what led this massive 12-year manhunt to lead here to First Avenue in Massapequa Park. On Long Island, Carolyn Gussoff, CBS 2 News.
Ladies, this is...
Wow. I found some documents here.
I found what happened. Okay. So it says he was identified as the suspect in the notorious murders by DNA left on a pizza crust that he threw out in a Manhattan trash can. And
Oh.
so a male hair was recovered from the burlap used to wrap the remains of Megan Waterman. It was submitted for DNA and further analysis in July of 2020. And following the discovery of a Chevy Avalanche registered to this guy, I can't say his last name, and the probe into his cell phone billing records, he was observed by the surveillance team and they followed him until he threw away his pizza crust. I actually have a
Wow.
picture of the pizza box too, if you want to see it. That's crazy. I can't, of
Wow.
all the ways, I swear that would be something dumb that would happen to, well, not to me because I would never do a horrific crime, but if I
Right.
would do a horrific crime, it would be some dumb mistake like that, throwing away
Yeah.
food in a public area. Yeah.
I was watching an interrogation. I cannot even remember which one or whose it was. I can't remember the channel because I've just been watching so many of those lately. But um, they followed a guy until he threw a cigarette butt out of his window, and then they stopped and grabbed the cigarette butt, and that's how they connected him to the crime.
Can you imagine though being like the officer that's your job? Like you're just watching until they leave DNA somewhere. And then I
Man,
guess that would explain, like, if you think about it, Brian Koberger, how he was like sorting his trash and wearing gloves and like doing all the things, like being that he was studying criminal law and stuff like that, he probably was aware that they would sit there and watch him until he made a mistake with DNA.
true,
Super
true.
paranoid.
Thought he was gonna outsmart them. That's crazy. Um, the youngest was 9 months old. I did not know that, CT. That's devastating. That is absolutely devastating. I wanted to okay, True Texan said, understand how folks are shocked. I had a neighbor that had been in prison and self-ended himself, and I never had a clue. Wow. I hope that that you weren't like really, really close with him. That's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that. That's crazy. Uncle was murdered driving yellow cab in Houston in 91. The offenders were out on parole for very violent crimes, but were out because of overcrowding. Wow. I'm so sorry, Hippiporium. That's crazy. Seems like that happens a lot, at all. Had a neighbor
Yeah.
stabbed her children and set her house on fire. Wow. 2 doors down. Oh my God. All over the news. I bet the community was devastated, traumatized, and lived in fear for a long time. I mean, things like that just like make you aware of the possibilities, I guess, Well, I found what looks like a good timeline.
Oh,
It looks like
awesome.
it
I was gonna
updated.
say this is like it's a tragic case what happened, but at the same time, this is like a huge celebration, I'm sure, for these
Mhm.
families to finally have answers and to finally have somebody, who is gonna be charged with their loved ones that they lost.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. This has to be somewhat, yeah, like you said, somewhat of a celebration for them to at least have it be, have a name and a face to associate the pain and suffering and, what they've gone through. I mean, 12 years of not knowing that, that state of track. I'm with you, Twistus. I like space between me and neighbors. Good neighbors are hard to find. It looks like a 7-minute press conference. Let me grab the link. This is from a CNN source. I just grabbed the one that looked like it was the most current. Link there. You can watch that. That looks like a really good timeline down through here. Oh man.
I know. Whenever I first seen him, I was like, yeah, he looks like the type of guy who would have been utilizing these services. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm. Mhm.
But you never
Mhm.
know your neighbors. Like that's the freaky part. Like literally anybody next door to you could be some psychopath. And that's kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to know your neighbors. Hippie Porn said, imagine the residents of Long Island. They've been living right yeah, been living right there. Scary. That's, why Delphi drew me in so much was, when law enforcement is saying hiding in plain sight and, must
Yeah.
be among them and, for that whole
It
community.
seems like so many of these guys are though. Like
Mhm.
it's never the guy that you would look at and think like, "Oh yeah, he's a serial killer." Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like those are usually like the nicest people, unfortunately, for
You're
them
right.
because people probably avoid them like the plague just based on their appearance, but it's always people that you would never suspect. Like, I
Yeah.
don't know. This guy kind of like yes, he looks like he would probably utilize those types of services or whatever. But honestly, he looks like, you know, just a guy. Like he's just a normal, average looking guy. So yeah, it's always shocking.
Yeah. You know how so Sleuth Mom, guys, if you don't know, the Sleuth Mom has been covering the one trial that I've really been waiting for. The Border Patrol, Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles.
Burgos Aviles, yeah.
Yeah, who murdered his ex and his 16-month-old baby. And I've been waiting for this, and it's a very frustrating trial. The judge definitely likes his lunch breaks and things like that. But I was talking with my brother and sister-in-law about it, and I'm like, if I were in, let's say, that area, and I witnessed a crime, or I felt like, I was being followed, or somebody tried to, take my handbag, or something like that. He looks like I would have no fear running up to him saying, "Hey, I need help."
Right.
I mean, he's in uniform, he's law enforcement, you know what I mean? And
He's
he's a
handsome.
supervisor. Yeah.
Mhm.
Before you find out the crimes that he committed, you would think he's some eye candy or something. I would have he's who I would run to. And if I'm being chased, jump in his truck and be like, "Hey, I need help." And come to find out, he's capable of, his own baby. I mean, that heartbreaking, just seeing the videos and the laugh on that baby. And I'm like, oh my God, I want to see him under the jail. Like,
Oh yeah.
death penalty for sure. I hope. I'm praying.
No, I agree. He's like a monster too, though. Like the court today that we're gonna watch Monday morning, because we don't watch it live. We watch it so that, because literally, guys, if you try to watch this live, you're literally gonna sit for 4 hours with nothing on your screen. Today's court, we were able to get down to 2 hours, which would have been yesterday's court. It was an 8-hour stream, and we got it down to under 2 hours. That's how many breaks and lunches and sidebars, and it's been ridiculous. It's been so bad.
Oh yeah, that's why I love watching it on yours. Normally I like, the little breaks and stuff. You get up, go to the bathroom, you can grab a snack, get your vacuuming and your laundry and whatever done. But this one has been
This judge,
crazy.
I swear he drives home to go to the bathroom or something every time, because it's like, we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break, stretch our legs, go to the restroom, blah blah
Yes.
blah, and then it's like 45 minutes. Like, what are you doing, dude? Like, there's no
Yeah.
reason. But he really messed up the other day. He said one of the jurors' first and last names while the camera was rolling, so that
Oh
person
man.
got dismissed. Yeah, like
Yeah. Thankfully,
it's
but
been
hopefully they're not being, berated by people.
right.
You know what I mean? Hopefully they're not. Jen said it's so hard, especially when kids are involved. It absolutely is. It's heartbreaking. It's heart-wrenching. For me, when I see like the sister who first took the stand in that case and was a superhero without a cape, who took no bullshit, who absolutely went to the ends of the earth to find her sister, to work with law enforcement. I mean, to me, she's the hero in this story as much as law enforcement is. And I think about things like, I would want to be like her in the midst of her pain and suffering, just finding out that her sister and her nephew are gone. Like she didn't skip a beat. She picked up her cape and said, "F this, you're going down." And she hasn't stopped. And she sits on that stand with such grace and dignity, respect for her family, for her sister. And that's why I watch these cases. For people who have gone through what most of us would see as the worst of the worst, the unimaginable. And yet here she is with all her strength and class, saying and doing everything to help law enforcement bring him down. And that's why I watch them. That's why I'm addicted to watching how these end, because people overcome things that the rest of us are like, I could never. I mean, that would end me, And Sleuth Mom does it the right way. She cuts all that crap out, and you get through it, and you're still watching the trial without spending all day
And honest to
staring at the
goodness,
screen.
I don't know if, like, I might do this for, all the trials coming up. You know what I mean? Because it's just, yes, I'm not getting nowhere near as many views or as many people in the audience and stuff like that because people have to watch it live. And I get that. But at the same time, like, my goodness, like, you can still get up and go do something in the afternoon. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you can still, but the thing that bothers me, I think, with the whole, like, how lackadaisical it is and how the judge is just in and out and just, I don't know, he does not have control of his courtroom.
Yeah.
I guess that's the only way I can really describe it. I feel so bad for the jury sitting there and for the
Yes.
family who has been sitting and waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Valerie, so he was married, yeah, to a woman. They had been together since they were 17 years old, and he was cheating with Griselda, who he murdered, and she had no clue about the wife. He was with Griselda for 6 years, and she got pregnant, and he was like, "Oh, you have to go get an abortion," and she would not do it. And then she waited a whole year to even talk to him about giving her finances or child support of any kind. And then whenever she started to push it and it actually went to court, he wanted to meet the baby for the first time, and the baby was already, Dominic was already 18 months old. And then whenever he met him for the very first time, like, this to me blows my mind. He injected this kid with a needle into his leg and basically tried to kill him the very first time meeting him. And then 2 weeks later, he murdered them both. It's just freaking terrible. Terrible what he did.
Yeah, he really did. Hey, Tragedy Pimps, good to see you. The only thing I can find as far as what he would call a motive would be not paying child support and his wife not finding out that that he had another baby with another
Right.
woman. I feel like that's probably the only thing he's going to come up with a motive. But yeah, I was so thankful when you started cutting all those breaks and stuff. At first, I was like, Judge Joe got this. Man, he ain't putting up with no shit from nobody. But yeah, some of the rest of it is like, I feel terrible for the jury too. I mean, being told a 3-week trial and then, but
I mean,
we're
it's
coming.
going to be 3 weeks, but it's going to be 3 weeks where you're only actually doing anything for like 2 hours a day.
Yeah.
Like, that would be infuriating to me to have to sit there for 8 hours, but you're only actually in the courtroom for so many.
Yeah. The rest of the time you're, sitting in a jury room and, snacking or waiting. I mean, I would be furious too. You can't go anywhere. You can't do anything. You're kind of at the mercy. And, yeah, it
Well,
would
I'm sure
suck.
they don't even have, like, I don't know if they're, like, allowed on their phones and stuff. I don't know how that works. I mean, I guess they could to a certain extent, but I don't know. The whole thing's just weird. It just is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to, like, take over the
No, you're
stream
fine.
and side
No,
rail
no,
ya.
you're good. You're good. I'm glad you came out. So there was an issue with media player. Huh, let me try it again. The DA details how suspect in Gilgo Beach serial killer case was tracked down and charged. This will be interesting. Hey, Butterfly Kisses. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I guess it's not going to let him apply it. We can go down to...
I say this is one of those things where literally every YouTube channel played it, so you can probably just click on anyone.
Yeah.
And you'll be able to find it.
Probably. Let's see. It's a CNN. Here's what I was interested in. 51 minutes ago. New York architect. He's an architect? Charged by a grand jury Friday with 6 counts of murder, connection with the deaths of 3 of 4 women who in death became known as the Gilgo Four, according to Suffolk County. We heard about that part. He was in tears after his arrest. See, that always cracks me up. You're in tears because you got caught. That's crazy. Let me pull a different one up. This one's going to be stupid. one's gonna make me mad. Let me try another one. Valerie, putting on Spanx right now. Get them Spanx off, girl. What you doing? No, this is a no Spanx zone. Let it all hang out, okay? That's what we're doing. Love yourself. Long Island serial killer live. Live now from Fox.
Hmm.
Do you know if that one is? That's right, sweet tea.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me look.
I'll put it up here, and then you tell me if it's an okay one. That's right. Love yourself. Don't let nobody diminish how you feel about yourself. Spanx or no Spanx, you're beautiful either way.
Yeah, that should be all right. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, are they literally live? Right? Oh, okay.
Yep.
No, this is like their whole. Hold on. Go back to the very beginning because it looks like they've been streaming
Oh
for
shit,
quite
that's
some
12
time.
hours.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah. Hold on.
That
The
one's 4
picture
hours.
was right. But hold on. I'll help you find it here.
3 hours ago. See, I don't do true crime, y'all. I'm just interested in this one. I know Court TV don't play. Don't mess with their stuff. Mm-mm. This
Here we
one's
go.
2 hours ago. Did you find one?
Oh, this is WFLA. Hold on. Why are they playing? Like
WFLA?
why is everybody's no, it seems like everybody's videos are like down. Why?
I don't know.
Good evening, and thank you for.
Ooh, I found
That's
one.
kind of weird to me. Okay, you found it. Okay.
It is, ain't it? I think it's weird. Just
Like
call you
literally,
Spanky.
no, see, that one's not even the whole press conference because that one's only 3 minutes.
Let's see if we can do it like this. Let me type in press conference and see what pops up. They're probably sick of YouTubers, to be honest with you. All these news.
Well, yeah.
Mainstream media is probably like, F all of you YouTubers. You guys are destroying all the goodness. And,
Oh my gosh.
solving
I'm
cases.
so worried, not to like completely sidetrack this, but I'm so worried about what the fallout is going to be for true crime in general because of Zav.
Oh, I bet it's going to be bad.
I think so too. And like, I know you shared that thing about the Freedom of Information Act, and I didn't share it because I was concerned. Like, we need Freedom of Information Act. We don't need autopsy reports. So
Right.
I'm kind of in the middle of like what to do because I don't know. I don't want true crime to get deplatformed or demonetized or anything like that because then people will stop doing it. And that's a problem. Okay, here is a link and I'm going to send it to you for $5.19 because I don't know if you've seen like, okay, case I'm covering earlier today, a 25-year-old woman was driving down the road and seen a 3 to 4-year-old toddler walking down the street. Did you hear about this?
No.
Her name is Carly. Hold on. This one's really important, actually. Carly, let me get you her face here.
Yeah, if you get me the info, pop it in
so
the back, the private chat, and I'll pop it up. You can tell us all about it.
Her name is Carly Russell, and she was driving down 459 in Alabama at 9:30 last night. And okay, this one is the press conference, but here's the video that I did earlier about her, and it has her press conference. So the second one is Carly. The first one is the serial killer. So anyway, she calls 911 because there's a 3 to 4-year-old toddler walking down the street. And she's like, hey, there's a baby walking down the road, and gets off the phone with 911, calls her sister, and her sister is on the phone with her, and she gets out because this baby is, on the road, and she starts talking to the baby. And then her sister hears her screaming. She was abducted. Her wig, her phone, and her iWatch and her car were all left at the scene.
Oh my God.
No clue where she is. So it sounds like to me that somebody used a toddler to lure this woman to pull over, basically, to help this child. It's freaking horrible.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Sorry. And you don't even have to play the whole video. Let me get you.
I got it pulled up right here. Let's see.
Okay, you can go to where the parents are on 549.
Okay.
Looks like, because that they summarized the whole case in like 3 minutes. So
Okay. All right. I'll drop the link in the chat to you guys go watch this. Hey, Butterfly Kisses, I hope you're doing okay. Having a rough night. Hang in there. It takes time and you got to be kind to yourself.
with sis, I honestly, okay, so where it all happened, and we talk about this in my next video that I did later on in the afternoon, but where it all happened was in a 3-mile stretch. There was only 2 exits. So she got on the one exit, and then the next exit wasn't until 3 miles later. She had just been getting food after work. And so it's likely that they could have seen her getting food. Somebody drove ahead of her, put this child out, knew she was coming, and then somebody else pulls up behind her and kidnaps her whenever she stops.
Oh my
That's
God.
my theory about what I think happened. Like this,
Okay.
honest to God, this sounds like a routine, like trafficking type of situation. And
Oh,
I hate to
shit.
even say that, but it's terrifying
Mhm.
what took place here.
Oh, very much so. The whole like Valerie just said in the chat, let me highlight this real quick and then we'll play it. You can't even stop and hump anyone. So it seems that is an effed up kidnapping. My God, it's horrible, so brazen. Yeah. And these people are doing this stuff in broad daylight now. Like it's not, it's not like danger after dark anymore. It's broad daylight. Any sign of vulnerability. I was watching, you know how I like to watch the Ring door cam videos. I mean, I'm just like
Right.
obsessed with those. Some of them are super funny and some of them are very scary, but it helps you to become more situational aware whenever you walk out the door. And some of them are, I mean, these crimes are happening in broad daylight. It's not after dark. And the whole buddy,
Mhm.
our parents told us like buddy system, always walk with somebody, doesn't matter anymore. I mean, it really doesn't. They're everywhere grabbing us. Let's hear about this one. Carly, and then what's her last name? Carly Nicole
Carly Russell.
Russell. Okay.
Mhm.
I dropped the link in the chat, guys. Make sure you go watch this. Get all the information on it.
Mhm.
Aw, Junior.
This is the Fox News report with the family.
36. She told her she saw a child on 459 right before exit 10 that appeared to be 3 to 4 years old by themselves. She's pulled over. She called 911, but in the process, at some point, she got out the car. My daughter-in-law could hear her asking the child if they were okay. The child didn't respond, or at least she didn't hear her respond. He or she respond. And then she heard our daughter Carly scream. And from there, all we could hear was noise, background noise in her phone, which we later found out was noise from the interstate. And so they have found her wig and her hat and her cell phone that were in close proximity to her car. So if anyone sees Carly from the pictures that we have put out, just keep in mind, because her wig came off, her hair would be braided down to her scalp. So she won't have, long hair or anything like that is reflected on the picture. She pretty much has cheekbones like me. Pretty much our face is the same structure. So that's pretty much all the information we have. We do have some indication that there may have been a gray vehicle that a trucker saw that pulled in front of her car at some point as they were passing along the interstate.
Sleuth Mom, what state is this in?
All the information.
Alabama. Hoover, Alabama.
Okay. Hoover, Alabama. Okay.
Yeah, and
No, go ahead.
we watched the press conference a couple hours after this. The police came out and did a presser, and 3 minutes. That's all it took the police to get there after the response.
Oh my God.
Or after the call. So this literally happened within a 3-minute period.
Oh man. So, okay, did the toddler get taken also?
So nobody has reported a child missing. So it's
Okay.
likely whoever did this, that child was theirs. Or
Oh,
God
shit.
only knows where the child was from. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
Yes, that
if you're
makes
willing
sense.
to pull over and abduct a grown woman, Is it really that hard to think that you would take a child from somewhere?
Right. Wow, this is a whole nother bait and switch or bait and take game. This is crazy. This is insane. The pain that
Seriously, it
this
scares the
family's going
crap out of me
through.
because I know I would have stopped. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, that
Absolutely.
would have been me, like, or anyone, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Any
yeah.
I can't picture. And, like, that's what I was telling people, like, if you ever see something like this, stay in your car until the police come. But at the same time, I'm thinking in my head, I wouldn't. I would still think like, "Oh my god, this baby's gonna get hit by a car. Like, I gotta
Mhm.
get her to get in my car." Like, something, you know?
Mhm. I would too. I would
So
stop to get the baby, absolutely, to safety, and, at the same time, calling 911. Oh, man, 3 minutes. 3
3 minutes.
minutes.
Yep.
3 minutes. Wow.
This time. So I just ask everyone, if you would pray. We are trusting God. We are staying positive. We are not allowing any negative thoughts to enter our minds. So all that we're doing is trusting God, believing God that our daughter will be brought home.
You guys, if you know
Oh, that was you. I have to keep looking at the round thing. That's crazy. 3 minutes.
Yeah, I was gonna say I paused right there for a second, that's why. And I was talking, like, it's not me right now, it's me then.
Got you.
Know anyone in this area that may have car cameras, things like that. This needs shared out absolutely everywhere so that as many people as possible can be made aware of this situation. Sounds like a trucker has already come forward about a gray vehicle. I hope that police are able to get us more details about this as soon as possible so that we can know more about this vehicle, potentially what type of vehicle, truck, car, SUV, all of the things. It's just so, so scary. So freaking scary. This could happen to anyone. Yeah, if a ploy,
For
they
sure.
didn't know who would stop, right? It could have been an armed man. Oh my god, this poor family. I know. All the prayers, right? Good morning, Ringo. How are you? Hi,
Wow.
Michelle. She was wearing scrubs. Thank you so much, Michelle. Yeah, it sounds like they used the child as bait. It's so scary. They just need
Like, who wouldn't stop? What parent sees a toddler walking on the interstate and wouldn't stop? You
Well,
know what
and
I
she
mean?
was a nursing student, we found out since then. And so obviously her oath to, like, help and do good, do you know what I mean? Like, that in
Mhm.
itself would have made her wanna stop. So, I
That's
don't know if she
beautiful.
was specifically targeted, like, from somebody who knew her for a long period of time, or if this is a situation where they seen her while she was getting dinner, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And just were like, "Okay, that's our girl."
Yeah. Like Jen H said, it would be hard to stay in the car. I would get out and help the child away from harm. Me too.
Yep.
Lee Marie said there's no way
Well,
any
and
woman would pass by a baby, especially at night. That's probably what they were banking on. Yeah.
let me pull this up on Google Earth so you can see exactly where the area is.
Yeah. Hey, Rena, how are you? Here's her
Sorry, if you wanna
photos, guys.
go
You want me
ahead,
to keep
yeah.
going?
I was gonna say, if you wanna finish playing the parents, you can. I'm not sure. I honestly can't remember what else they say. For
Okay.
cameras, things like that. This needs shared out absolutely everywhere so that as many people as possible can be made aware of this situation. Sounds like a trucker has already come forward about a gray vehicle. I hope that police are able to get us more details about this as soon as possible so that we can know more about this vehicle, potentially what type of vehicle, truck, car, SUV, all of the things. It's just so, so scary. So freaking scary. This could happen to anyone. Yeah, if a ploy, they didn't know who would stop, right? It could have been an armed man. Oh my god, this poor family. I know. All the prayers, right? Good morning, Ringo. How are you? Hi, Michelle. She was wearing scrubs. Thank you so much, Michelle. Yeah, it sounds like they used the child as bait. It's so scary. They just need us to really pray, 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 and share the information as many places as we can. If you have social media, Instagram, Facebook, all of the places, you do not have to share my video. I will share the post on my Facebook right now about her. I don't care about sharing my video. Share the post, share the Facebook videos here. I'll share this one. Get you the link here if you guys need it. Let me drop it in the comments here and just get it out there. Let me hit play again.
Safely.
and you have a lot of support here,
Yes,
family and
we
friends
thank
as
God
well.
for everyone that is supporting us and has been supporting us since they heard of her missing last night. So we're just eternally grateful. And again,
we have more support coming.
coming.
We want to continue to apply pressure to this thing. We don't want this to die down. We need this to blow up. So if anyone sees anything, no matter how minute, no matter how insignificant you think it is, please contact 911, contact us, and just keep us in your prayers.
Absolutely.
And we actually these people are here to help start a search party. Anaya Blanchard's mom is also on her way over here to help lead us in the search of. She has experience in it, and she's going to give us some pointers as well. But we just ask everyone to please, 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 wherever you are, if you're not in Birmingham, whatever, they could be in Georgia, we don't know, Mississippi, Tennessee, anywhere, just please keep your eyes out and be vigilant.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Mr. and Mrs. Russell, just thank you so much for your time. And we're definitely all praying for you all as well to help bring Carly home.
Thank you.
Thank you. Reporting from the Hoover Met, Jonathan Skinner, WB.
I was looking for a flyer. I can't find that. The
I can
comments
text you
aren't
one right now.
on here. Okay.
Yeah.
For the missing details that are on there. Why aren't the comments showing? Sometimes I guess it takes a while.
Yeah, till the process is finished.
Okay.
I need to get. Okay, here is. I just sent it to you in a text.
Okay. And we'll pull that up and look at that. Wow,
Then
that's
I have
scary.
to Google back behind if you want to.
Okay. Let me pop that up. There you go.
Okay. So she left, like it's basically their mall area is where she was at 8:20 p.m. And then she went over and stopped for food over here at I think they call it, I can't remember what they call it. It's like, it starts with a C. Anyways, so she stops for food, like right there. And figure 8:20 is when she left, went for food. And then at 9:34, she was abducted down here on the highway.
Mm.
So it's like, I don't know if she was eating food with somebody, if she was there, because it's such a long time period between when she left and when she got her food and what then was abducted. But check this out. So the police department is right here. Your exit ramps to get onto the highway is here, and then not until after where she got abducted. So it's literally a 3-mile stretch where nobody can get off or on. So even after they called the police would have had to, come down to the highway either direction to get there. So that's why these people, whoever did this, knew they had a few minutes before any type of response would come.
Wow.
But I'm thinking they could have followed her from her food stop, knowing that she was the only one really on the highway because it was 9:30 at night. And it does get busy in this area, but if they literally would just drive straight in front of her, drop the kid off, know that she was the next car, she's stopping, and then have another vehicle pull up, it happens so fast. 3 minutes
she could have been
is not a long
targeted.
time.
She could have been very easily targeted while she stopped for food, or she could have been targeted from before that, because she's very beautiful.
Yeah,
She's
absolutely.
very beautiful.
So she was abducted on mile marker. Sorry, I pulled up too far. She was abducted back on mile marker 11, which is right back here, right at the edge of this bridge here, right before exit 10.
Oh, wow.
So she pulled over and it's just trees. There's no traffic lights that I could see at all. So it would have been dark. And then there's this baby. But here's the kicker. She could have thought that the baby came from, look at all these houses. So you wouldn't have thought anything of it, knowing that there's all these communities right there. Like, oh my God, a baby could have walked through the tree line and been out on the road. I don't know. It's scary. Very scary. Thank you. Thank you for letting me show that, though.
Absolutely. All the time. Anytime. Absolutely. I mean, that's the important thing, is putting their faces out there, getting the information out there. That's gosh, man. Here's the flyer. I hope that it's big enough. People can see it. Hoover, Alabama. She's 25, 5'4", weight 150, 160. Hair would be braided down to her scalp, like the sister was saying, because they took the wig. 25 years old, been missing since July 13th, around 9:30 p.m. in Hoover, Alabama. Last seen wearing black shirt, black pants, scrubs, and white Nike shoes. She called 911 and reported that she was on I-459 South near mile marker 11. Saw a toddler walking on the side of the interstate. After calling 911, she called a family member to also let them know, and all of a sudden lost contact with them, but the line remained open. Police say officers who were already en route to the location of the initial 911 call located the woman's vehicle, some of her belongings nearby, along with her wig and hat, but were unable to find her or a child in the area. Hoover police have not received any other calls of someone missing a small child. Hoover Police Department Detective Brad Fountain, area code 205-444-7562 or 911. That's so scary. She texted and said, I was hoping Perplex would have covered this today since she lives in that state. No, that's not going to get her any clicks and views. She's probably not going to cover that. Yeah, another desolate area. That's what I was looking at first. It does look kind of desolate, and seeing a child near that bridge would make the urgency to protect that child so much greater. You know what I mean? Like, hurry up, get out of your car and grab the baby.
Oh,
For
for
me, it
sure.
would.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
And somebody in the comments was like, what if it was just, a like a small person and it wasn't even a child? What if it was
Oh,
a
yeah.
midget or something? And I was like, I don't even know. Like, is that a thing? But then they pointed out, like, wouldn't the baby, like a normal baby, would just be walking on the road or wandering in the middle of the road? But we don't know exactly where the child was in the road, though. That's the
Mhm.
other thing. I don't
Yeah.
know. I hope for her family's sake that she is okay, for her sake that she's okay.
Mhm.
It's a very scary situation. It really makes you stop and think.
Yeah. God, that's so scary, man. Butterfly kisses, always remind yourself. It takes time.
Yeah, sorry, you were totally trying to have a happy stream, and then I'm like, "Hey, how
No,
about
I'm
this
glad.
missing person?"
If there's somebody missing, or if there's something, something like that seems to be, a new way to kidnap or grab somebody, absolutely. Happy or not,
Yeah.
it's the reality of the world that we live in, and the only way to you can't prepare yourself to defend against things if you don't know what's happening. So it's always
Absolutely.
important to show those
And
things.
somebody mentioned earlier,
100%.
that the Facebook groups um that the Facebook groups, like police stations, have been warning about this for years. And I have seen stuff in the past about, like if you see a car seat or an abandoned stroller or things like that. But I don't know if I've ever seen them specifically say like a wandering child. Like that to me, I don't know. This is whole next level. But even with all of the warnings that I have seen put out, I don't know that I've ever actually seen a case where they have talked about it like actually happening, right? You hear all these things about how like, don't touch money if there's money on the ground by your car or just different things like that. And I've never actually seen a case where somebody was actually abducted using that resource. And granted, I
Yeah.
guess it could be out there where people are getting abducted that way, but it's never been covered, I guess is what
Right.
I should say. And so this one to me, this is very, very eye-opening that this could literally be absolutely anybody in this audience right now that could have stopped for this child.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, everybody, I feel like everyone I know would stop. Would have stopped. And, to at least try to protect this child. Here's one. Let me let the ad play on this. Drugged up. Now let me share this. This is from 2 years ago. So just as an example of what this woman found while she's driving.
A 9-year-old girl is safely back with her family this afternoon after she was found walking alone along I-80 last night. Fox 13's Spencer Joseph spoke with the Summit County Sheriff's Office about what happened. He joins us now from Park.
Well, I guess this one wouldn't be the same because she's 9, but
long ago, Bryant Collins of Madison County,
I've been in so much trouble,
learned the value of choosing the right path.
I've been in a lot of bad situations.
But this past Friday,
but I've never seen that.
He found on the side of the road a chance to save a life.
And when I got out, it was a baby almost right here. Almost in the highway.
What was your reaction?
I mean, the same as yours would have been, man. What the hell going on? A baby?
A 15-month-old baby had crawled through the woods 300 yards from home.
I just found a little baby crawling in the street, man.
Was a baby crawling on the bridge?
A baby on the highway.
Emergency crews arrived. Police arrested the child's father, Timothy Pickens, and will likely arrest the child's mother as well. In Bryant Collins, he stayed with the baby for 2 hours.
So the baby started crying then, and so I turned my phone on, let the baby listen to some gospel music, and she calmed back down. I know gospel music calmed me down.
On this day, he is a hero. But Collins could never have saved the life of this baby if he had not, long ago, saved his own.
I did 10 years in the federal institution for manufacturing cocaine. And while I was in prison, I decided I can't come home like I came to prison.
Collins has been free and clean for 5 years. And it's in his new job as an auto repairman that he found himself here, on the side of the road, a baby's life, literally, in his hands.
It made me feel good that I could, be in society and do good. Just as well as you could do bad, you could do good,
Matt Pearl, 11 Alive News.
Oh, that was uplifting that he changed his life around too. That's awesome.
Absolutely.
But you see, like even guys are gonna stop for a baby in the road, man. I don't know.
And that's Atlanta, so Georgia,
There was that one in
Alabama,
Ohio
so
too. The autistic boy that his mom left him alongside the road because she just didn't want him anymore. Do you remember that? That was like a year or two ago.
I do remember that.
I cannot remember his name right now. He was like 5, I think.
Oh, I do remember that. Let me see if I can find that one.
Heather Adkins. She left her son in the pouring rain on a road in a dark street in Cool Run Township. Sorry. So that was actually Indiana, not Ohio.
What was her name?
Or no, here's the article. She left him in Ohio, but she was from Indiana. Let me give it to you in the back chat.
Oh, I do remember. And then had
some lady pulled over and found him. That's how we knew about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
I do remember that.
Monster leaves your autistic child in the middle of a road. I don't know.
It was some shit, man. That was terrible. I remember this. I do remember this. No, you didn't do anything wrong. I think she's probably pocket modding again. Sorry about that. No,
it happened to somebody earlier too. Somebody got knocked out.
Yeah, it happens.
It just happens really whenever you got kids or animals, even for that matter, or just my phone blocks people whenever I shake it. So I've done that before where I like sit it down too hard and it'll time somebody out.
Yeah,
I know. I thought we were easing tensions. I'm sorry, Twist.
No, we are.
Come on here.
I've learned that if I'm modding, I come up and log in on my laptop and stuff because with iPhones, anything you touch will do something crazy.
Yeah.
Like anything. Yeah, this one was crazy. This is another good outcome though. This is a positive outcome where the little guy was picked up by somebody, right? Somebody actually stopped and picked him up and then called 911 and then they found the mom after that, right? If I remember correctly. Baby's okay.
Geppers, he's fine, he's safe.
You know your first name?
Yeah.
What is it?
I didn't mean to hit that, sorry.
You don't know?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is the body camera video released after a young boy with autism was discovered alone in Coleraine Township.
And today, his mother, Heather Adkins, admitted to just abandoning him on the side of the road.
Yeah, Cody Fisher now is at court to find out how long she could spend in prison. Cody?
Adkins was emotional during certain parts of the hearing where she pled guilty.
How do you plead as to that one charge?
Guilty. Adkins bounced her knee in court as she explained to the judge why she was pleading guilty.
I didn't willingly, intentionally do anything. But I take accountability because allowing a certain person into my life led to this. And ultimately, it wouldn't have happened had I not let that person around my child.
Even though somebody else was involved, you take full responsibility for what happened to your son that day.
Yes.
In court, we learned more about the mental health of Adkins.
In the past, have you suffered from or been treated for a mental illness?
Yes, ma'am.
Do the medications that you're taking today help with your mental illness?
Yes, ma'am.
With the plea deal, Adkins is facing a maximum of 3 years in prison or a maximum of 5 years of probation.
There is no agreement as to what your sentence will be.
Judge Branch outlined some of the requirements Adkins will have to satisfy if she chooses to sentence her to probation instead of prison.
If I consider probation in this case, one of the things the court clinic recommended is that you be assigned to, as part of your probation, to a mental health officer and certain treatment programs.
She'll be back here in Hamilton County Court on September 28th for sentencing. Reporting downtown, Cody Fisher, Fox 19 Now.
And that's another good happy ending. I have a funny one for you, True Texan, before you go, if you want to stick around for a minute. Butterfly kisses, you're fine, I promise. I think that Lee probably set her phone down and either her cat is playing with it or she's pocket modding again. But either way, you're good. Sorry about that. Do you guys remember Sleuth Mom? You're gonna get a crack out of this one too. This was so funny to me. I remember this a while back. I gotta remember to pause on this one. But this one was funny. Is it this one? Yes. Okay.
Man, listen here, man. I ain't never been in no shit like this before, dog. Boy, we out here, boy, on the Fidget Highway, boy. I swear to Lord, boy, this baby, anybody that looking for a baby, dog, it's a baby out here in the middle of the road, bruh.
And first thing I want to say,
ew.
I know he
sorry.
He did spit. I know.
He spit like right on us.
Terrible pause game. I have a bad pause game. But thank God these guys stopped. Thank God these guys stopped. And they did. They did the right thing. They stopped. They called law enforcement and they waited with the baby. But their reaction in this live stream that they did, I dropped the link. Their reaction is so funny. But I wanted to meet them and shake their hand and just be like, thank you for stopping. Just like anybody else. You know what I mean? Have you seen this, Sleuth Mom?
No, I've never seen this before.
This is so
straight
funny.
up just got spit on. Okay,
He
I'm
does
ready.
spit a little bit, but this is so funny.
I never seen no shit like this, bruh. We on the Fidget Highway, my nigga. We on the Fidget Highway, bruh. It's a baby out here, bruh, on everything. In the middle of the road. A baby, bruh.
So the baby was in a diaper and they're clothing the baby. This is gold, y'all. This is so good.
In the middle of the fucking road, no pants on, no.
Sorry for the language, okay? But can you imagine cruising down the road and all of a sudden there's a whole baby that just shows up? And I say that because you're about to hear it.
Shoes on, bruh. In the middle of the highway, bruh. On everything, dog. Whole baby parent ain't showed up yet. We just posted out here, boy. Everybody else ride by the baby, bruh. This baby just out here on the Fidget Highway, boy. Whole baby.
Oh, but I just put the baby on my hoodie, dog, because that baby ain't got nothing.
Okay. It gets better. It gets better. And if you're not laughing now, you will be. This is so funny. Bless their hearts for doing this. This is so funny.
I know.
This baby in the middle of the road, bro.
Bless his heart.
He's so
Whole
cute.
baby, bro.
Yes.
We done called one time, bro. This baby in the middle of the Federal Highway, bro. Whole white baby, bro. No nothing on. And his parents still ain't showed up.
Didn't even have a diaper. That's crazy. He's just naked walking down the highway.
Yes. And it's good to note that the baby is fine. Law enforcement shows up, parents, or it wasn't parents, it was a babysitter, I believe, that showed up, and they handled it and whatnot. But like, baby is safe, baby is okay. But their reaction is just freaking priceless, man. Priceless. He's had a whole white baby, man. I love them.
Baby cold. Sean, somebody show them folk for the damn so they can see the y'all. Anybody know this baby, bro?
So they're gonna show the baby, and then
cold as it is out here, my family had to get a baby the damn jacket. Baby out here naked. Whole baby.
A whole baby.
Man, baby out here in the middle of the road, bro. A whole baby out here in the middle of the road.
He's like, okay, now what we gonna do?
Right? He's like, what's next?
Right. Yeah. I'm not laughing that the baby was obviously, that a baby.
Just his
was
reactions.
cold.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Their reaction after finding out that the baby is okay, and that law enforcement and all of the people showed up and all of that stuff. Now you can laugh about it. At the time, I was not laughing about it. I was pissed. I was like, what kind of a parent,
Right,
But
right. Valerie says, man, we called one time. That's exactly right. We called one time.
Right. Yep. And law enforcement, they pull up and they get to talking, and there's a happy ending with this one, which is why it's easy to laugh now.
Nothing. Baby just out here. I went. I done knocked on the door. Ain't nobody came right there.
Hey, buddy, you don't know where you live at or your mama's name?
Oh, he's saying mama. Nah, he ain't look hurt. He was.
Yeah, they look him over, and
I ain't never
he's
been
got no
there like
injuries
this
or
right
anything
here
like
now.
that.
Yeah, this some bullshit here. This a whole bullshit. I'm talking about the whole highway. Then, buddy, talking about a mobile home park. Nah, that baby come from over here. Ain't no damn mobile home park.
He goes on when he started talking about whole white baby, and then on Facebook, he's doing a Facebook Live, and like his whole chat is talking about like a whole white baby. I mean, I remember this clip for a really long time, and it was pretty great. But yeah, there's a there's a good outcome with it.
Right. No, that's awesome. That's funny. Yeah. It's kind of sad that nobody else stopped. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, but then again, now we just watched somebody get kidnapped for stopping to help a baby.
Yeah, it's crazy.
A
Can't
whole baby.
I mean, it's like, what do you do? You know what I mean? Like, what do you do?
Yeah, it is so funny. It's cute. The baby looks so confused. Like, what am I doing here?
He's like,
I don't know. You tell us.
Yep. He's like, what happened? What's happening? What's happening? I was looking for a press conference on like the highlights of it. I found one that's like 2.5 hours long, or I don't know, 2.5.
What's the
great at that one.
Oh yeah.
I'd rewind to see this and laughing so hard. I know, right? That's one of my favorite clips ever. It's one of my favorite clips ever. Just that, because it's a good outcome.
Right.
Let's see. Suspect.
We need more good outcomes.
Yes.
Honestly.
Yeah.
You still want to do the press conference for the Long Island?
Oh, you put it in the back. That's right.
Yeah, it's up at the top. You just got to go.
I'd like to kind of see how it. See what they have.
I still think it's funny that a pizza crust got him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's it's great. It's amazing. I'm glad, you know. You put a link. Hold on, let me look for it. Let's see. Put a link in the chat. Oh, okay. Let me grab it here.
It's the very top one. Sorry.
There it is. I got her.
Mm-hmm.
Associated Press. Okay. I don't know how you guys
Oh, I
keep
see.
track of which ones
The
will
live chat?
let you play and which ones won't let you play. Like
Mhm.
all the news stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know what? If it's a press conference, if they have like a poll camera, basically, if you notice more than like one type of microphone, it's usually a poll camera, which means that it's for anybody to stream.
Mhm.
Nobody is
Oh,
allowed to
okay.
copyright that. So that's how we can do press conferences and things like that. But the like some stuff isn't poll cameras. Like, you know, right now there's a poll camera in for the trial that I'm covering, but some trials only Court TV has a camera in. You get what I mean? So sometimes there's a difference. I don't like streaming off of, you know, the big name
Right.
channels. Fox News pretty much always copyright strikes you.
Oh, really?
Right. Oh yeah, they get me every time. And they don't hit you with a strike, but they take all the revenue. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'm learning that
but
I mean, I'm not monetized, but I'm hearing a lot of the channels that are good night, Jen. That a lot of the channels that are monetized that news outlets are becoming a little more restrictive about you know, not about striking for the
oh yeah.
monetization.
There was a recovery addict. Have you ever heard of him? He does a
Yeah.
lot of trials, and he had one of the news stations went into his chat and was like, we're creators too, you realize. Stop streaming our content or stop stealing our content. And he was like, well, I'm using fair use and I'm commenting and blah blah blah. And he kept going. Well, like within minutes, they took his stream down. They had
They
YouTube
did?
just pull it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. He's got a
Yuppers.
pretty large
So
audience too. There
he's
was
like 20K, maybe a little bit higher, but he just grew with Gannon. Like he was only about 5,000 before Gannon's trial, and he gained
Oh.
15K subs off of that.
Oh, I didn't know that. I
Yeah.
thought he had more
Yeah,
than that for some reason.
no, he
What was
was
the
real
trial
small.
before Gannon's that he covered? It was the from Milwaukee, I think. Or no, Waukesha. The guy that murdered his ex-wife or his ex he had 2 kids with her and
Mhm.
the daughter was his alibi. He covered that trial too. He murdered the ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend. I can't remember his name now.
Zachariah
Yes,
Anderson? Is
that
that
one,
okay?
Zachariah Anderson,
Yeah,
yeah.
he did that one, and that's like he got around, let's see, he was between like 5 and 10 before he went to Gannon, and then with Gannon I know he gained a ton because I was like, holy smokes, like he blew up fast.
Mhm.
But
Well, I
his
remember
thumbnail was very, very appealing to people who thought they were just gonna go in and like watch the trial. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it was a really good thumbnail. So he got all of the people who were putting in like Gannon Stout trial or Letitia Stout trial.
Yeah,
And
which is crazy. When I
he
knew
pulled
you
a
were
big
covering it,
audience.
I wasn't gonna go anywhere else. But I remember,
Oh, yeah.
in the Zachariah, Anderson trial, I happened to be driving I was driving from West Virginia back up to Ohio. I was coming through Columbus, and I remember something had happened, and the judge had unmuted him, and so he was basically criticizing about a witness that had testified or something. He wasn't being like super critical. He was saying he was surprised that that the defense didn't object to something that a witness had said or something like that. And they played
Wow.
it on air. Yeah, it was and then I think he got an email from the judge, if I'm not mistaken. He either got an email from the judge or somebody
Pull
that
it
was
down.
in the courtroom, and then he found out that the judge was actually watching his live stream during the breaks, like going back and rewinding and watching what he was saying or whatever, because I think the judge was going to do an interview with him. I don't know if ever did or not, but yeah, I think that's how I got interested in that trial. He was the only person that was live, and I was like, ooh, I wanted to see how that one ended. Thankfully, it ended the right way, but
Right. I will say
um,
after watching Gannon's trial, I do have a new, like, found likeness for trials that I never
Mhm.
realized existed in me. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because I had never sat down and watched a trial before. And, the process is just very, I don't know, it's intriguing to watch how the justice system actually works, I guess.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree with you because I've started watching a lot of interrogations, and then I'm watching a lot of trials. Some of the trials are a little more easy to watch than others, but I'm
Right,
definitely
right.
yeah, learning why it's so important to get it right the first time, to get all the evidence the first time. I mean, with some of these cases, like, the Delphi case, like Harmony Montgomery, like so many of these other cases, a lot of times we sit back and think, or we get frustrated, like, why aren't you making an arrest? Or why isn't, it feels sometimes like law enforcement isn't
Takes
doing
forever.
anything.
Yeah.
But then to find out that, like with Anthony Burgos, I mean, without all of that evidence, well, he was an idiot, a dumbass, but without all of the evidence stacked up against him the way that it is, when you apply that to other cases like Harmony Montgomery, if they don't have all of the evidence stacked up, I mean, there's always a chance that somebody walks away with harming a child. So,
Right.
it's giving me a new it's a breath of fresh air to see that we're not just hearing about forensic evidence in all these big cases, that it's available to all of law enforcement.
Yeah,
They're all
absolutely.
working on it. But I like watching them too. Without you cutting out all of the breaks and the ridiculous stuff with Anthony Burgos, I mean, I don't know if I would have been able to.
Oh my
I mean,
gosh.
I'd have been looking
This
for
witness
highlights.
the last 2 days too has been so rough. Like, he is probably the most
Yeah, no-
boring witness I've ever heard of. He's worse than Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis, I
Yeah.
at least was able to make fun of because I cared about what she was talking about. Do you know what I
Mhm.
mean? But
Mhm.
this guy, like, it's like, oh my gosh, man. Whew.
Did you see
He's
Taylor Schabusiness? The defense hired a psychiatrist to do um to have a session with her for if she's gosh, my words are not coming to me. I'm foggy as hell. Um, if she has an insanity plea or not.
unbelievable. I mean, not really unbelievable. That lady she's weird.
Yes.
Like,
I
very
watched a little
weird.
bit of that at like 3:30 this morning, and
Did you see
even
the whenever she attacked the lawyers and stuff?
yes. Yes. Yeah, I got pretty familiar with
That
that case
guard
because I'm sure you're gonna
that
cover
guard,
that one,
like,
right?
yeah, I think I am. BC really wants me to, and I've watched everything for her case, like, coming up, do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
But the thing that I struggle with is, they moved Sarah Boone now is going to be in, I think, September or sometime, and
Mhm.
originally, they were gonna both be streaming at the exact same time, like, Shabusiness and Sarah Boone, and so half of the creators were like, "We're gonna stream Sarah Boone," and the other half were like, "We're gonna," well, no, there was only like 2 people who said they were gonna stream Shabusiness, and I was like, "Hey, that's awesome." And now
Mhm.
it's like everybody is prepping to stream Shabusiness, and so we are going to, we're gonna be in a situation where, are we gonna even have like 20 people watching? Do you
I
know what I
think
mean?
so.
Like,
Yeah, I think so.
like,
Because I'm hearing a lot of people not interested in talking about this Taylor Swift business, but I mean, I think it's important. I
mhm,
really do. I think it's important to watch. I
yeah.
I wanna see how this one goes. I want justice for, for the
Right. Well, I just mean, like, I'm gonna be up against, like, the
Oh, I know
entire
what you
true crime community. Do you get what I mean? It's
Yeah.
gonna be like whenever Gannon was getting streamed,
Mhm.
everyone was streaming it. And so, like, I was able to get people to come sit because I did the jury selection, and so I was live the whole time, and it was like once people were in their seats for the trial, they were already there. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And so, I was able to keep, you know, people because of that, because they seen that I cared about the case. They seen that I knew a lot of details and things like that. And they trusted the audience because they had already been with them for 12 days or 9 days. I can't remember how long jury selection ended up being.
I think it
But
was I think it was 12. I mean, I think it was BC's in the chat.
I know.
really wants her to.
She messaged me because somebody was having a game stream and I kind of dipped out on them and she was like, "Of course you're on a panel somewhere."
Oh. Here's what you were talking about when she attacked her
Yeah.
lawyer. For those of you that aren't familiar with this case, we are going to be over at Sleuth Moms watching this. Watch this. Watch how crazy this woman is.
Here it comes. It's crazy to me how strong she is. Like, watch how much this guy has to fight her. And like, she's handcuffed. Imagine if she wasn't.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's struggling to get her on the ground. She's still fighting.
Heck yeah.
And now this is the part that's confusing. She's like, she's like, I don't know what I did. What did I do? There was another courtroom appearance.
Watch breaking news on YouTube.
That I watched yesterday. It was like an hour.
Oh my God. I hope they don't hire Dr. Lewis. Sorry. I was just thinking about,
she's
like,
like
is
her.
she going to pretend she has DID? Oh my God.
You know what comes up is borderline
Why didn't
personality disorder.
Freaking T. Stout should have, faked some crap like that and
right.
attacked Will Cook. She was too busy flirting with him the whole freaking time.
She was gross. This one, so the doctor was saying like borderline personality disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder. She's talking about all this stuff. And Taylor Shabusiness is like mocking her the whole time. And then at the end, when the doctor gives her like her final analysis of if she was competent or not, they, she was on Zoom, so they cut the stream, and then she flips off the screen where the doctor was just talking, and like the judge doesn't even acknowledge it. Like, she's full of shenanigans in the courtroom, completely full of shenanigans.
Also, a lot of times,
I feel like every court appearance, she's got some fuckery going on. BC says he won what she wanted for that hearing. Yeah, it seemed like it was going that way. Yeah, I skipped a little bit in the middle because the doctor, it was like watching the same doctor, Letitia trial. It was kind of like, oh my God, doctor, you're crazy.
Right.
It
right. Like, how could you possibly see that? We're looking at the same person. Like, how are you getting all of that?
Right.
You're making it up. You lie.
Right. It was quite insane. Well, let's watch a little bit of this. I'd like to see what kind of evidence they have and what they talk about. Might not do a whole lot of the Q&A, but I want to hear what they have to say about it.
I was going to say, it's like literally 45 minutes. So it's pretty long.
Is it really?
It's really long. Like, if you scroll
Can I
through
speed
and
it up?
just kind of look.
Think about a child you love.
Oh my God, and then the ads.
Now take away their clean clothes, access to water.
By the Suffolk County Police Department's homicide detectives, and he's been indicted in a grand jury presentation by the
You know what? Let me pull it up on mine because I can audio boost it.
Okay. That would
That's
work.
like really quiet.
I was trying to figure out if it was on my end before it.
No, it is.
Plus, he won what she wanted for that hearing before she attacked him. Yeah. Yeah, the whole reason for attacking and stuff just seems to be crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I mean, she just seems to be insane crazy. I was hoping that they had...
This volume booster is like the best thing I've ever found. I swear, it's like my new favorite toy.
Do you have a MacBook?
No, I don't. But there is just a Chrome accessory that you can add to your Chrome, and it can let you boost up to 400% or up to 600%. But it seems like after 400-ish, it starts to get like muffled sounding. So,
that's how your audio was so good.
Yeah, for the trial and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, your courtroom audio was a lot more clear and loud than any of the other ones that I was watching.
Yepers. So I'll put this at 1.5. We'll see how he sounds.
There we go.
Defendant Rex Andrew Heerman, 59 years of age. He's been arrested by the Suffolk County Police Department's homicide detectives, and he's been indicted in a grand jury presentation by the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office for the murders of Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. The investigation of Maureen Brainerd Barnes is ongoing. These young women went missing between July of 2007 and September of 2010. They were found in December of 2010 by the Suffolk County Police Department, and then there was nothing, absolutely nothing. For the next 13 years, their cases went unsolved until today. When I took office in January of 2022, I made Gilgo a priority. I made Gilgo a priority before I took office. I met with the victims' families, some of whom I'm proud to have standing with us today. And I told them that we were going to handle this case differently. We were going to do it differently. And that when I showed up, you weren't going to see me calling the media and being on Gilgo Beach with a giant magnifying lens looking for clues 12 years after the case. What I was going to do was I was going to work with my task force. We were going to form a task force. We were going to work with the Suffolk County Police Department. We were going to work with the Suffolk County Sheriff's Office. We were going to work with the New York State Police. We were going to work with our FBI, and we were going to form this task force, and we were going to work together, and we were going to use the grand jury, the power of the grand jury to reach a determination in this case. Because the grand jury has two things. It has power, it has reach. You could obtain documents, you could interview witnesses. But the other thing that the grand jury has secrecy. No one knows what you do when you operate a grand jury proceeding. And we knew that when we were investigating this case and when we dealt with the media or whatever it was we were doing, we were playing before a party of one, because we knew the person responsible for these murders would be looking at us. So we were very careful how we handled the investigation. We maintained the integrity of the investigation. Most importantly of all, we maintained the secrecy of that investigation. And I think that's paid dividends as we've seen today. Now, I think that when we had the task force, the first thing we did, got together with Suffolk County Police Commissioner Rodney Harrison. We formed the task force. Our first meeting was February 1st of 2022. And what we did, all of the agencies here, we made the commitment. We were going to take our most talented investigators. So in the district attorney's office, we took ADAs, myself included. We took analysts, we took detective investigators, and they worked on a daily basis with other talented investigators from all of the agencies here. We started that in February 1st, in 2022. 6 weeks later, on March 14th, 2022, the name Rex Heuermann was first mentioned as a suspect in the Gilgo case. A New York State investigator was able to identify him in a database. And from that point on, we used the power of the grand jury, over 300 subpoenas and search warrants, looking into this individual's background to bring us to this day.
That's a lot of freaking search warrants. Sorry.
No shit.
That's so much.
That's a lot. I just found the suspect bail documentation. Did you see the searches that he made?
No.
Oh, sleuth mom. Oh my God. You wanna go through this paperwork real quick?
We can. Yeah.
Everything that they're talking about is going to be in this paperwork. But holy shit. I cannot believe. I think that's what I found. See, I don't do true crime for this reason because I don't know what I'm looking at half the time.
I clicked into it. Yep. This is all the how.
Let me pull it up real quick. Let me.
Yeah, this is the discovery. I mean, it's all the map. It's everything that they have on the crimes and how they linked him with it, basically.
What is this right here? Can you see it, or do you need me to zoom in on it?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Yep.
Okay. So
I scrolled all the way down. I'm on page 4 is where they start talking about the recent stuff. Before that, they talk about more. Yeah. Go ahead. See, it says recent investigation.
Yeah.
It starts talking about how things took place, basically. But if you want to cover, I don't know. Do your thing.
There's
a map up above about the bodies. Yep.
Okay, yeah. So these are the 4 that they've that they've got evidence against him for. So the 4 that he's charged for, right?
Yeah, the burlap. Mhm.
Okay. Did you go down further? I mean, I
No,
don't know.
I literally just yep.
I hope I
This
don't get
is
in
one
trouble for
I actually
this.
didn't cover it. I watched a little bit on Gray Hughes, you know what I mean?
Mhm. So check this
Go ahead.
part out. Okay, so wait, where does this start at? Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Maureen Brainerd Barnes was last seen on July 9th, 2007 in New York City. At that time, she was believed to be working as a sex worker. On July 6, 2007, Miss Brainerd Barnes' cell phone was contacted by a burner cell phone. Between July 6, 2007 and July 9th, 2007, there were 16 interactions between the burner phone and Brainerd Barnes' cell phone. On July 9th, 2007, the last cell site location for Brainerd Barnes' cell phone was at approximately 11:56 p.m. in Midtown Manhattan near the 59th Street Bridge. Thereafter, the Brainerd Barnes cell phone had no further activity until July 12th, 2007. On July 12th, 2007, 3 days after her disappearance, 2 outbound calls were made from Brainerd Barnes' cell phone, checking her voicemail from a cell site location near the Long Island Expressway in Islandia. I'm not sure how to say that. The disappearance and murder of Melissa Bartholomew, and I can never say her name right. Melissa, I'm just going to say Melissa, was last seen on July 10, 2009 in New York City. At that time, she was believed to be working as a sex worker. On July 3rd, Miss Bartholomew, I'm going to call her Melissa, was contacted by a burner cell phone. Thereafter, her cell phone was contacted by this burner cell phone on July 6th, July 9th, and July 10th, which was the last day she was seen alive. On July 10th, cell site records indicate the burner cell phone traveled from the Massa, I don't know how to say these words. Lee, where are you? Park to Midtown Manhattan. Later that evening, her cell phone traveled from Midtown Manhattan to the same that Massa whatever park location, with the last cell site location being July 11, 2009, approximately 1:43 a.m. It goes on to talk about their cell phones, right? Being in the same place.
It's
Okay,
crazy
August.
to me that he did it 2 years later,
Yes.
basically, on the same days.
And he did the same thing.
Almost the
The last
exact same days. I mean, they're a little bit different, but not much.
Yeah, and just like the previous one, the last calls were checking her voicemail from cell site locations. So this one, Babylon. Okay, then resulted in conversation between the caller, who was a male and relative of Melissa, in which the male caller admitted killing and sexually assaulting her. As described below, the cell site locations of the Bartholomew phone during these taunting calls were all in Midtown Manhattan. So now move on to disappearance and murder of Megan Waterman. Megan Waterman was last seen alive at the Holiday Inn, which there's video of that, on June 6, 2010, approximately 1:30 a.m. At that time, she was believed to be working as a sex worker. On June 5th, 2010, Ms. Waterman's cell phone was contacted by another burner cell phone, which had just been activated that day. The reason I'm talking about the burner phones, I'll show you down here. Therefore, the Waterman phone communicated with this burner cell phone on June 6, 2010, approximately 1:31 a.m., which is around the time Megan Waterman was captured on video surveillance exiting the Holiday Inn for the last time. Following that communication, the burner cell phone had no further phone activity. However, cell site records show that the Waterman phone traveled to the same park, with the last cell site location being in that park at approximately 3:11 a.m. in the vicinity of the residence of the defendant Huerman. Then we move to disappearance of and murder of Amber Costello. Amber Costello was last seen alive on September 2nd, 2010, leaving her residence 1112 American Avenue in West Babylon during the late evening hours. That time, she was believed to be working as a sex worker. On September 1st, 2010, the day prior to the disappearance, her cell phone was contacted by a burner cell phone. On September 1st, 2010, this burner cell phone had communications with the Costello phone at approximately 11:33 p.m. and 11:34 p.m. During those communications, the burner cell phone connected to cell site towers in West Amityville and the same park, the Massa. I don't know how to, Lee, how do I say that word? Damn it. That park. Thereafter, the burner cell phone traveled to West Babylon at proximity to the residence of Amber Costello and had contact with the Costello phone at approximately 12:05 a.m. on September 2nd, 2010. According to witnesses, around the time of these communications between the burner cell phone and the Costello phone on September 1st and 2nd, 2010, a prostitution client showed up at Miss Costello's residence located in West Babylon, New York. After the client entered the home, a ruse was executed on the client whereby a person pretended to be the outraged boyfriend of Amber Costello, and the client left from the residence while Amber Costello retained the money the client had brought to pay for her services. Based upon interviews, that client was described as a large white male, approximately 6'4" to 6'6" in height, in his mid-40s with dark bushy hair, big oval-style 1970s type glasses. A witness described him to police as appearing like an ogre. Furthermore, a witness noticed a first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche parked in the driveway of the residence. According to the witness, following this ruse, this client said he was just her friend, tell her I'll give her a call, and walked out the front door. Thereafter, at approximately 1:18 a.m. on September 2nd, the ruse had been perpetrated. The burner cell phone sent a text message to the Costello phone, which stated, "That was not nice to do." What does that mean? SIC? Credit for next time? What does that mean?
Maybe
SIC.
like expect, like maybe it was like, because I mean, I don't know.
Okay. Credit for next time. So
Like
he
they,
sent an ugly message.
like he wants a
Okay.
freebie.
Got you. Jerk. Phone records show that the burner phone was located in the park within 2 minutes of this text message being sent. According to a witness, later the next day, on September 2nd, 2010, Ms. Costello was again contacted by the same client that was in the house the night before with the avalanche. Further, quote, Amber told us that he wanted to see her again, but he didn't want to come back to the house because of her boyfriend, end quote. Therefore, on September 2nd, 2010, approximately 9:32 p.m., the same burner cell phone from the previous evening again communicated with the Costello phone. During this communication, the burner cell phone used a cell site location in Midtown Manhattan. Following this communication and based upon the cell site records, the burner cell phone traveled to the same park and had contacts with the Costello phone at approximately 10:39 p.m. and 11:05 p.m. Cell site records for the burner phone indicate that at approximately 11:17 p.m., the phone traveled to West Babylon in the proximity to the residence of Amber Costello. Subsequently, Amber Costello left her own cell phone behind, walked out the front door of the residence, and was seen alive for the last time. Shortly after Ms.
Wow.
Costello left the house, a witness observed a dark-colored truck pass the house, specifically coming from the direction Amber had walked towards. Records
That's
established.
crazy.
Is it not? Like this, I mean,
So I looked that up, and
go
it
ahead.
means that there's like a grammar error there, but it's
Oh.
letting you know that that's the way it was typed,
Okay.
basically.
Oh,
So,
that makes
God.
sense. I see it all the time, but I
Yeah.
never knew what it meant. Significantly, travel records show that on July 8, 2009, defendant Huerman's wife departed the United States for Iceland. On August 18, 2009, defendant Huerman's wife returned to the United States. Consequently, defendant Huerman's wife was out of country during the time of Melissa Barthelomew's disappearance. Based upon cellular telephone billing records, on June 4, 2010, the cellular telephone subscribed to by defendant Huerman's wife traveled from New York to Maryland. On June 8, 2010, the cellular telephone subscribed to by defendant Huerman's wife returned to New York from Maryland. Consequently, based upon telephone records, the cellular telephone subscribed to by defendant Huerman's wife was out of New York State during the time. Ain't that weird? So
His
she
wife
was
just goes
gone.
on vacation every single time he gets a worker, and then kills them. Did that only happen 4 times, though? That's my question. If they're going to be able to link the other 6 murders to him as well.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Because
Bye.
there was
Take
10
care.
girls there in all. I mean, it wasn't just the 4. That's just all they have evidence for.
This is crazy. Here's something interesting right here.
He took them all to the same park, it sounds like, or at least they have proof of 3 of them all going to the same park, and then, of course, he left their remains all on the very same stretch of highway.
Yeah. Now this is crazy. During the times of the disappearances and murders of the victims, defendant Huerman owned an architectural business located in Midtown Manhattan, and this business was the named subscriber of Huerman's cell phone, which was active during the times of the victims' disappearances and subscribed to Huerman's home address in that same park. I can't even say the word. Although cell site records from that time period no longer existed, investigators obtained cellular billing records which showed general location information for Heuermann's cell phone. Review of these records, as well as Heuermann's American Express records, showed numerous instances where Heuermann, whatever his name is, the weirdo, was located in the same general locations as the burner cell phones used to contact victims Barthélemy, Waterman, and Costello, as well as the use of Brainerd Barnes and Barthélemy cell phones when they were used to check voicemail and make taunting phone calls after the women disappeared. Significantly, investigators could find no instance where Heuermann was in a separate location from these other cell phones when such a communication event occurred. So on July 10th, the last day Melissa was seen alive, both the burner phone and the defendant's phones were in the area of that park and traveled together towards New York City. Thereafter, both her phone and his traveled eastbound towards the park. On July 14th, so this happens for all of them. And then this is what I found extremely interesting. So it shows the maps and where they're pinging off of and the dates and all of that stuff. But then they stacked up this evidence. They found, as described herein, over the course of the comprehensive investigation of defendant Heuermann, investigators located a number of online accounts and burner cell phones linked to the defendant, but which were held by him in fictitious names and used for illicit activities. American Express records obtained via subpoena revealed recurring Google Pay payments made by the defendant to Tinder, an online dating and geosocial networking application used to find dates or hookups within a user's immediate vicinity. Records were then obtained from Tinder, which revealed that the Tinder profile was set up in the name of Andy, Heuermann's middle name, which is Andrew, with links to a burner cell phone, 347-885-1697, subscribed to in fictitious name of Andrew Roberts, using an email, springfield9@aol.com. The springfield9@aol.com account was established with AOL on January 15, 2011, in the fictitious name John Springfield, with an Astoria, Queens, New York zip code, using another burner cell phone ending in 2671, which records show has no named subscriber. Records obtained from Verizon showed that the defendant's cell phone was used on December 11, 2022, for a period of over 3 hours to access the fictitious Springfield Man 9 AOL account. Similarly, records obtained from T-Mobile show that burner cell phone ending in 2671 was used on multiple dates, including November 8, 2022, to access this account. Review of call records for these two additional burner cell phones revealed that both phones were used extensively between 2021 and 2023 for prostitution-related contacts, either with sex workers or massage parlors. In addition, cell site warrants for these burner cell phones revealed that just like the burner cell phones, the defendant used to contact the victims prior to their disappearances. These additional burner phones had frequent cell site activity in Midtown Manhattan and the Massa something park. Specifically, the records revealed that both these burner cell phones consistently had activity on the cellular towers that provided coverage to the defendant's residence in Massa something park and his business in New York City. Legal process served on Google. This is the part that got me. Legal process served on Google seeking records or accounts associated with the device. Identifiers of these additional burner cell phones revealed a connection to yet another burner or junk email account, namely THAWK080672 hereinafter Thawk email account. Google records further indicated that the Thawk email account was subscribed in the fictitious name Thomas Hawk. A search warrant revealed that the Thawk email account associated with burner cell phone ending in 2671 was used to conduct thousands of searches related to sex workers, sadistic, torture-related pornography, and child pornography, including, trigger warning for anybody in the chat that needs one, Mistress Long Island, mature escorts Manhattan, girl begging for rape porn. I mean, these are crazy. I'm not going to read through all of these because that's crazy. But do you see what some of these say?
Yeah.
10-year-old
This
schoolgirl.
is like, that's wow.
I mean, this is sadistic. This is like, thank God he's off the streets. Oh my God. teen girl oiled bodies, preteen girl with makeup, nude slave girls, chubby 10-year-old girl crying, girl with face beat up. Like, this is crazy.
He has like an obsession with 10-year-olds. Like, look how many times he put 10-year-old.
Yes. Oh my God. Talking about rape and tying up, and yes, age 12-year-old girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. Like, what?
See,
Old
and guys like this
janitors.
are out there, and that's what worries me about like all these missing teens and stuff like that
Yeah.
that
See
are
that
everywhere. You
one?
know what I mean? Because people like this are there.
Oh my
Wow.
God. That one. Old janitors. Oh my God. Like, this is just crazy. And then this. The Thawk email account was also used to conduct in excess of 200 searches between March 2022 and June 2023 related to active and known serial killers, the specific disappearances and murders of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello, and the investigation into their murders. These searches or articles.
This idiot.
How's
he gonna get off of that? Let me just put all my victims' names into the search bar. Like, this guy needs to watch a few trials, apparently. Sorry.
Look at the first one. Why could
So
law
they're gonna have
enforcement?
all that information.
I mean,
God,
it's all right
sorry.
there. Like, if he's trying
Yeah.
to. This is crazy. The very first one. Why could law enforcement not trace the calls made by the Long Island serial killer? I mean, they did, buddy. They've been doing it. Like, do you think he was getting off on not having been caught yet? It says,
I think
America's
whenever
5.
the grand jury was announced, because that's Gray Hughes covered it whenever they announced that they were starting to do a grand jury. So he covered it over a year ago. And I think that that's what caused him to start searching stuff, because he's like, oh crap, they got a grand jury. That means they have a suspect. Can't have a grand jury without somebody that you're looking at.
True. Very true. Look at this. For all the YouTubers out there talking about this. The Thawk email account was also used to search for a number of podcasts and or documentaries regarding this investigation, as well as repeatedly viewing hundreds of images depicting the murdered victims, members of their immediate families. He also searched for and viewed articles concerning the very task force that was investigating him. Ain't that creepy? So there's some of his searches. Okay, this is the part where I was like, sweet mom, did you see this? Search warrant conducted on the fictitious Springfield Man 9 AOL account further revealed selfie photographs that appeared to have been taken by the defendant of himself and sent to other persons to solicit and arrange for sexual activity, further linking him to the fictitious email account and the burner cell phone. So, hello, you didn't want to put it in your name, but you got your images all over it.
Who's looking at that going, oh yeah.
Yeah, not me.
Want to get me a piece of that. Like, he really used your picture for a fake account, sir.
Now check this out. Yeah, I can't believe he's that ballsy, but I mean, here we are. The defendant was further linked to the burner cell phone ending in 2671 because on May 19, 2023, he was observed by law enforcement via video and field surveillance at a cell phone store in Midtown Manhattan and purchased additional minutes, which were added to this burner cell phone. Here he is. Here he is coming in like, hello, like the cat. Hello, hello, dumbass. So, yeah, he held on to the same phone. Like this is crazy. So they have evidence stacked against him, clearly.
I'm so
Because I was
freaking
praying it was one of those
they're idiots.
situations. Completely stupid.
Like, it seems like they always feel like they're so smart, but they always do the dumbest stuff.
Yeah, this is like, it's the same phone that he had in his possession that was pinging off the same cell phone towers that had the fictitious names, all of the stuff. He held on to it. Corresponds to the digital ending of the burner account, Thawk 080672. I wonder if that's his birthday. 080672. If it is, he's the world's dumbest criminal. at gmail.com. They got his IP address, all this stuff. Okay. When analyzing the usage of all devices and accounts used by him, there appears to be a clear pattern wherein he used burner phones and burner/junk email addresses to, one, contact sex workers and sex partners to conduct extensive searches related to sex and prostitution, violent and sadistic and child pornography, and 3, seek online information about the authorities investigating his crimes. The burner cell phones and email accounts with fictitious identities were used in an effort to conceal his true identity, conceal his criminal activity, unlawfully proposition sex workers, and attempt to monitor the investigation of his crimes. DNA analysis of hairs. During the course of this investigation, each of the 4 victims' bodies were examined by a forensic scientist with the Suffolk County Crime Lab, which revealed, and with Miss Brainerd Barnes, had been left restrained by 3 leather belts, one of which was utilized to tie feet. Oh my gosh. So we've got DNA. We've got location. I mean, yeah, he's done. He's done.
I feel so bad for his wife. I couldn't imagine what she's thinking and feeling right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't even imagine. And I really hope that the internet doesn't go completely insane trying
They
to
will.
destroy her life.
They will, sadly. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe not so much even the YouTubers at this point. I think everybody realizes that we're like on thin ice, right? Nobody's going to
Right.
push the limits right now, I don't think. But even with this Avila's trial that we're covering, that guy was on the stand. There's only 5 YouTubers right now streaming it, maybe 6.
Mhm.
Like total that I've found anyways.
Mhm.
And that guy was on the stand giving his testimony, the one doctor, and people were sending him like really bad emails, I guess, while he was on the stand.
Oh,
And
God.
so he had to call back the next day, but the defense was like petitioning the judge or whatever for something, for a mistrial, because he was receiving threats.
Oh, I
Like, and
remember
he was
that.
afraid to come back and testify again. Yeah, so
Yeah, I remember that.
people are just sick. Like, I don't understand why people think it's acceptable to be like keyboard warriors and go after these people.
I remember that now. I also remember before I knew that you were covering it the first day, I had seen one of the YouTube one of the, I don't know which one it was, but one of the bigger news channels that was covering it. I was in there for maybe 3 minutes before I got the notification. I was so glad because their chat's out of control and people were, putting his wife's legal
Yeah.
name and her current location and, like, I'm sure she knew, all this stuff. And it's like, what the like, if law
Yeah, like,
enforcement
stop.
if they've investigated this down to, the details
We're
that they
literally at
have.
trial. They would have arrested her
Right.
also. You know what I mean? And
Absolutely.
I felt the same way about Harley Hunt during the Gannon trial. Like,
Oh,
people
yes.
just drove me up a freaking wall because there was people who were, supposed to be reputable creators and they were having lawyers on and all these other things, but they were using their platform to sit there and continuously throw shade at this girl. Like, she is not her mom. She did not do these actions. And just frankly, people just don't understand what it's like to grow up with a manipulative narcissist. And it's really difficult to even try to explain it to people what it's like to be the person who is terrified of their own shadow, who is constantly walking on eggshells because you never know which person you're dealing with, which personality, which mom does she have today? Happy best friend tea, or gonna flip out and just start smacking her tea? I mean, she admitted that her mom backhanded her anytime that she would question things on the stand, and people just don't get it. You just don't get it unless you grew up that way.
Yeah, I didn't grow up with
Bring
a
comfort.
mother
Yeah.
like that. And I remember you talking about it. I remember you talking about how difficult it would be for her, even though she's, Letitia had been in jail for some time before trial. But whenever you enter, I remember specifically you talking about just Harley entering the room and walking to the stand and being sworn in and then sitting down. And she's literally, even because she was sat right in front of her mother, and all that she had gone through come rushing back, into her brain. And so even that period of time where they weren't around each other, and so Harley could have maybe, sought mental health, but then the emotions that take over whenever you're right in front of her again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that had to be hard. And so many channels were just not just letting the chat go wild and flippant with all of these accusations against Harley,
I refuse. I swear to God,
Yeah.
I refuse. I don't care. You guys can call me an echo chamber every freaking day of the week. I don't give a flying yeah.
Yeah.
I don't give a flying F about it at all, period, because it's just no, you're not doing that here.
Right.
You are not doing that here. Go away. Go somewhere else. I could care less,
Yeah, I was glad. I was glad because it goes back to what I've said for a while, my opinion, in that we don't have the right to destroy someone's life because you might think that she had some type of involvement or that she might
God, and
have.
we're wrong so
Right.
much. Think of how many
Absolutely.
pieces we have been so far off on.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
how could any of us think that we're any type of experts in anything?
Right.
Like, it's never even close.
Somebody was talking about the number, so going back to the Delphi case, but somebody was talking about the number of people that have been dragged through social media, their lives destroyed, like real life, like their job, they lost their jobs, marriages that were destroyed, people who had CPS called on them, the whole 9 yards, had to move, lost everything because of the internet naming them as a suspect. Not just naming them or saying that they thought they were a suspect, but like full chats going in on these people through Discord and Patreon and all the hidden, behind the scenes private things that they think that they were doing. But the number, it was like 40 something people that were turned into law
Wow.
enforcement repetitively, and their lives were destroyed because somebody, is a body language expert. It was crazy. It was a crazy number.
I
It was
believe it,
insane.
though. I mean, I know whenever I joined the one, because I was late to the Delphi case. I was late because I hadn't even thought of looking at true crime like that before. And so I was like year 3, I think, whenever I
Mhm.
first joined the Facebook group. Maybe year 2. But so whenever I entered, everybody was typing all these abbreviations for names and stuff like that. And I'm like, who's this? Who's that? And somebody sent me a list of all of the initials, and it was literally a 2-page document. And I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah.
why is there so many suspects in this case?
Oh,
Like, what are
yeah.
you guys doing? You can't just, it was like the whole dang cat town. And imagine though, that's these people were walking around. Literally, you have no clue if it was your neighbor. They
Mhm.
keep saying hiding in plain sight. And here, sure enough, he was right down the road, the neighbor, the CVS guy who did the pictures and everything for free for the funeral. Like he
Mhm.
was right there, right there. And so it's scary.
Yeah, it was insane. I mean, at one point, RL for Ron Logan became like 3 or 4 different other people's names. And yeah, there's another case that's pretty similar to the crazy that Delphi has brought out of Michigan. It's oh my gosh, I just had it in my head. Brittany Shank.
Mhm.
The Brittany Shank case is just as crazy with all of the people involved, and then the way social media influencers, platforms, their chats, their, discords and whatever, the podcasters. I mean, it's the most recent podcast, I think, has done a really good job, but they got involved in all of that back and
I
forth,
think I had kind of like a breakthrough with somebody, I think, the other day during my members only live. So I'm not going to say the person's name, but they popped up on panel because we were discussing Zav Girl, of course. And I don't know. I did it as a member only stream because of course I'm not a drama channel. I don't want my channel to turn into a drama channel. I try my best not to even type in the drama chats for the most part, unless there's like something that I absolutely have to say. And so it just, I don't know. So this person popped up on my panel and they gave their opinion, and their opinion was, maybe what Zav Girl did wasn't so wrong. Maybe maybe she was just the first person to do it, but they were going to come out anyways because the court was handing those pictures out to everyone that requested the documents. And there were so many people who did. And then they were saying that, that they had the photos because they had requested the documents and things like that. And they wouldn't have released them, but it's not something that they have an issue looking at and different things like that. And that they've discussed them and shared them with other people behind the scenes. And then I said to them, but then okay. So then they said something along the lines of, after seeing Landon's reaction and stuff like that, it kind of dawned on them, is what we are doing right and ethical whenever it's causing hurt to the families? Because while they're not here for the family, they're here for the crime, basically, is what we established. Because I asked them flat out, I said, whenever you came to YouTube and you decided that you were going to be a true crime content creator, why did you do it? Like, what brought you to this platform? What made you say, whenever you woke up one day, you know what? I think I'm going to start a YouTube channel. Because for me, it was the victims. It was the missing kids. It was making sure that these families have a safe place to go and talk if they feel the need to come on and do an interview, or for their kids' pictures to get put out into a safe platform. Well, my audience anyways, to a safe audience, and know that it's getting shared and know that they're getting attention and things like that. That's why I came. And this person said that that's not why they're here. They are not here for the victims. They are here for the crime. They're more interested in the psychology behind the criminal and why they did it and things like that. And I told them, I said, from my standpoint, if you feel the need to discuss the crime, don't tag the child in it then.
Yeah.
Tag the perpetrator, tag the predator. You know what I mean? And that sounds horrible because then you're like, pumping up this awful person's name. But then whenever the families are Googling things, your crap video speculating and putting out graphic details and stuff like that isn't going to be associated with their baby's name. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And so that was kind of like, and I love this person. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with being interested in the why behind the criminal. But she did have to stop and think for a minute, is what I'm doing right whenever it does cause hurt and pain to these families? And where is the line? And I told her, like, for me, the line is when the family said stop, then you stop.
I couldn't agree more. I really couldn't agree more.
So what happened to the chat, Lise? I think it's just me and Steph up here talking. Everybody else left like a half hour ago.
Yeah, you can come up, Lisa, if you want to. I mean, I love not having a whole lot of people in the chat because of conversations like this. I feel like the whole reason that I said anything at all, like, I've seen comments in other chats where people are like, Vilomah's just going to go into hiding again. Like, I don't go into hiding. I'm just not, I'm not trying to monetize or grow a channel or any of that stuff. I mean, I just give my opinions on things, and I like to
you come on whenever you feel like it.
Yeah, totally. I don't have, there's nothing regular, nothing, I don't schedule anything. I usually just randomly pop on, but I like to have a place where I can say in my own voice, not in a chat, like, I support this channel, this person, because they're not hurting the families. But the whole reason I even fired up a live and said anything at all about that was because, I had so many emails from grieving parents, contacting me like, did you see what was happening with Zav girl? And did you see what she did? And I felt almost, I mean, it just was laid on my heart, like, if I can open the eyes of anybody from the perspective of a parent who's gone through losing a child and living with the memories and all of that stuff, that was the whole reason that I said anything at all. But I mean, what I haven't said to them, or what I wanted to say to them really badly, and I couldn't find the words. And I respect somebody who has it in them to say, I'm not here for the victims, I'm here for the crime, for the psychology of and I totally understand that. There's a lot of people that are here to understand the psychology behind what is it about a person. And then in a sense, it's good to know that. It's good to have It's good to have
Absolutely, and I
people like
mean,
that 'cause
that's
it's how we
something even
learn.
I still dig into, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just whenever it comes right down to it, the family is my first priority.
Right. Yeah, and the channels like that, like yours, I have so much more respect for, especially when it comes to children's cases that are new, where we've just gone to trial or just getting ready to go to trial, and, it's good to watch this and to watch how everything plays out, to be left in a state of wondering, is not healthy or good for anybody, but to see justice served and a family move forward in a positive direction or to find the purpose in the pain is motivating to other people. But I wish I would have said something along the lines of, for people, for everybody who's not Gannon's family, when we stop talking on a platform and we end the live stream and we log off, we're done. You go about your day. You take
Right.
your shower, you get ready for bed, you go to eat, you go to the gym, you do whatever you do. You play with your own children, that kind of thing. But Gannon's family can't do that. When you
Right.
log off, the words that are said are out there forever now, and half the time clipped and, sent to other people or other channels play them, that kind of thing. But it becomes another layer that family is going to be clothed in. And so are you going to leave them with another layer of pain and suffering that they have to work through, that's going to be an obstacle that they're going to have to really pull together? How are they going to get through that? Or are you going to leave them with a layer of, feeling good that somebody honored their son and remembered him the way that they wanted him
Desired.
to?
Mhm. And I think that's the part that pisses me off the most with the whole situation, because then you get the people who are like, well, if they don't want to see it, then they don't need to look, or they don't need to be in this platform. Like, who the hell do you think you are? Because that is their child. That is their child's name that you are putting in your titles. That is their child's pictures that you are showing. That is their child's experience that you are talking about. They have
Mhm.
way, like a bajillion more rights to be in that
Absolutely.
chat or in that audience or in that Facebook group or wherever. Like, I don't know when people started to think that their opinions and their personal experiences and their personal desires started to top other people's whenever it comes to their child. It drives me
Absolutely.
insane whenever people are like, well, if the family doesn't want to hear it, then don't click in. Like, go to hell. Honest to God,
Yeah.
like, just get out of here, because no, that's not okay.
Oh, yeah. It's so frustrating to hear that, and another one that I hear all the time now that really frustrates the shit out of me, doesn't anger me, it makes me feel almost like bless your heart towards the people, but when they're like, "If you're this emotionally charged or emotionally invested, or if you get this emotional about something that someone else says, you shouldn't be here. Maybe this isn't for you. Maybe you shouldn't be." I'm kind of like, "Are you kidding me?" The majority of the people that have suffered greatly or sat in that devastation
Mhm.
are here because they relate to another story
Right.
that, they relate to that, and they're looking for the positive outcome, or they're looking for people to be empathetic, sympathetic, and to understand, because it motivates them. What most people don't understand is how everybody around you treats you so differently anyway. You no longer
Right.
at all in any capacity fit into the places where you sat so comfortably, social networks, social circles, your own family, your own kitchen table. It just, everything feels so different. You can't mention your child's name without clearing a room. People don't know what to say to you. They don't know how to act, around you. They don't know what to say, what not to say. So they say nothing, and then they avoid you, which makes you feel like you're the problem. So you go to the doctor, and the doctor tells you have some kind of depression, and then the medication starts. Like, grief and depression aren't the same thing. They can't be treated the same way. I say it all the time. But the truth of
Mhm.
it is that's how we feel. And so we're constantly looking for a place where we can be ourselves without judgment. And so online is a natural place to go to, where nobody knows that you've lost a child if you don't tell them. It took me a long time before I ever said anything about,
Right.
having lost Cody because of that reason. And so I thought, having online friendships prior to saying anything about having lost a child, it worked for a while. But then the minute that they find out, it's, it's the same thing in real life, only online. And so, people are gonna come here because they've suffered greatly, because tragedy is their everyday life. And, when we have the majority of the people who aren't thinking about the human aspect of the people that they're talking about, and they're not capable of viewing their words if they were directed at themselves. Like if this was my family, my child, my spouse, my sister, my brother, my parents, if they can't understand that, I have a real problem with that. Like,
Mhm.
I have a problem with people saying you're too emotional to be here, or, yeah, like Lisa's saying, stop wallowing, or, why did you can't heal yourself here? Like all of these things tell me, when I hear them, that tells me the person saying them, saying stuff like you're here for attention, you're using, your tragedy for attention, things like that. I look at that person who's saying that like completely, like I'll never see them the same again. You know what I mean? Like it's almost a way of pushing someone away because you don't want to deal with the pain, but yet you're going to continue on talking about someone else who doesn't even know where their child is at. Like you can't face me saying that's not okay and what you're saying is hurtful and you're hurting another family. You're causing them a huge emotional burden that's not theirs to carry. And they don't want to hear me say that. They don't want to hear me say what you're doing is wrong. From a grieving parent's perspective, forget that you don't like me. From a grieving parent's perspective, what you're saying and doing is wrong, and it's going to cause them to suffer greatly. They don't want to hear those words. So they say, you're too emotional. You're just here for attention. You're just here simping, this, that, whatever. You're trying to build a channel, like all of those things. And I'm just kind of like, this is who you've been the whole time. Like
Yeah.
I'm watching these people and it's eye-opening for me.
I
Every
think
time
my
something
thing
just
is
happens.
whenever you get to the point where you think that true crime should not be emotional, that's whenever you should stop talking about true crime. Do you know what I mean? Because it is.
Absolutely.
And if you're going to sit there and say, well, you're too emotional for this, or whatever they're going to say, that's just that's not okay. Every
Yeah.
piece of everything that we talk about is extremely emotional. Everything. And
Oh,
if you
yeah.
are to the point where you're lacking empathy and you can't understand what's going on, walk away, do something else, bake
Mhm.
cakes on your thing, refurbish furniture, something stupid like that, because you don't deserve to talk about these families and these children and these cases if you don't understand what they are genuinely going through. And I'm not saying you have had to suffer loss. You don't have
Right.
to suffer loss to understand and be empathetic to the
Mhm.
fact that somebody else has. I will never
Mhm.
in a million years understand what it's like to lose a child, and I pray that I never have to. But I've
Mhm.
watched my best friends lose their son.
Mhm.
I've lost people close to me lose their children. I see, and I've listened to your live streams now for months whenever you talk about Cody, and
Mhm.
it breaks my heart for you guys. But at the same time, like, how do these people, okay, yes, whenever I talk about cases, you have to wall it off a little bit, right? I have
Mhm.
to wall off certain parts and be able to separate myself enough to be able to cover the cases and not get so depressed so that I can cover case after case after case. And
Mhm.
sometimes I have to step back and take a break. And then we do a trial, right? That's why we're doing the Avelius trial. And that sounds horrible, but I don't have to research. I'm not digging into details. Yes, I'm hearing them, but I'm not putting my heart and soul into into searching for details on a child. And then something terrible happens, like they end up deceased. Right.
Right.
And
Right.
so it's different. It's different in that aspect, but it's like, I don't understand how people can sit there and just talk about it like it's nothing, and act like everybody's supposed to be emotionless on this platform. It will never make sense to me.
Yeah.
It won't.
I agree with you. I mean, I understand the human side of, first off, whenever a tragedy strikes, we all should learn from that. I mean, that's, when people talk about the stages of grief, the last stage is finding purpose for the life that's lost, especially when it comes to a child. Like, you'll see parents start foundations and they'll start movements, and, you seek for the purpose that your child was here, not for why they were taken, but why, their time on earth, what was important about it. And so you'll see parents that will search for the purpose that,
Mhm.
and I think that that's what the stage is kind of referred to as the purpose. Um, but like, I get the human aspect of it, that when, like with this, the border patrol agent, it's it's human nature to be curious and to wonder what makes him different than the average attractive man who's in a position of
Right.
authority, who's trained to protect, all of those things. Like, it's human nature to want to know, like, if that were to happen again, or if you're in a room, how do you not think that that one is going to protect you? Or how do you think that that one is, has this thing in them that they're going to snap and commit this horrible, horrendous crime just because they're having a bad day, or because, they don't want to pay child support or whatever. Like, it's human nature. And everybody's curious about that. Like Brian Koberger, I get everybody is curious about what is in him that made him go as far as what he did or do what he did. And I agree with you when it comes to, digging in and researching and finding that there should be a lesson behind it. There should be something that we take away at the end of the trial with Letitia Stock. What we walked away with was what a terrible monster she was, and that there was nothing that Gannon's dad could have done to prevent what happened, because he didn't know it was coming. You know what I mean? I mean, in their relationship, there was, the crazy family dynamics of separation and divorce. And, she hid who she was very, very well. And Gannon suffered greatly. But we saw justice. We saw her get locked up for the rest of her life. She's never gonna see the light of day again. And we walk away from that, but Gannon's family doesn't. You know what I mean? Like what you're talking about with, thinking about the family. I mean, when people talk about being emotionally charged and emotionally driven, and maybe this isn't the place for you, I kind of feel the same way towards them. If you've lost your ability to be empathetic or sympathetic or to care
Yeah.
about the
And
child that
maybe
you're
this
talking
is the place
about,
for you.
yeah, I don't think that you should be talking about, missing children. Like, if you have it
Right.
to fire up a live stream every single day for hours and talk about the same child, the same family, and then you're dragging drama into it, going after other channels because they disagree with you, all of those things, because what I see then is that that person has a greater need to be right and to be the person credited for solving a case than actually finding the truth. And
Yeah.
I equate that to law enforcement, who doesn't, not that they're cops or investigators or anything of the sort, but like, we would get absolutely outraged and mad. We do. We get outraged and mad whenever we find out somebody spent years in prison for a crime that they didn't commit. I mean, that's outrageous. People who are, charged and found guilty and sentenced to life sentences or years, and then we find out they weren't the person that committed the crime. The same people that would go on and be outraged about that are the people that are accusing people, dragging them every day, doing everything that they can to destroy their lives. And if you disagree with them or have a difference of opinion or say, that's a little out there for me, then, they turn the attack on you. Like, the need to be right and to be credited as solving a case is terrible on this platform. I think that's a
Oh,
huge
yeah.
problem.
Yep.
I think it's a huge problem.
I agree.
But the only thing I can say is, and I tell people all the time, support the good channels and just completely unplug from the bad. Give people that are the same case every day, all the time, unplug from that shit. And if you can't, and because you're here for the drama or whatever, then just stay in that one little space so that the rest of us don't have to engage with it. because it's hurting people. Like, I'm not the only person here that's, talking about how terrible that, it is. And it's times like this that show me who people really are. And I do disappear for a little bit because I have to take it in, especially if it's somebody that I thought, had integrity and morals and actually cared about, the kids and the families and the people that they're covering. Finding out that you're supporting someone who could care less because they're looking at the algorithm or their numbers. It's very similar to finding out, that you have a group of friends that, are avoiding you because they're afraid, that you might get upset or something. You know what I mean? You can't mention your child's name because it'll clear a room. It's kind of that same feeling. It's just kind of like, investing in someone else's platform or into a friendship, whether it be online or not. It's a big slap in the face for me. And
Oh,
it
it's
makes
freaking
me
heartbreaking whenever
It is.
people turn out to be what you didn't think they were.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, it's freaking heartbreaking. I've been through that already, and it sucks. It sucks every single time that you're like, "Wow, really?" Like, I sit there and I say that so much whenever I'm listening to streams sometimes because I'm like, "Wow, like, you really just went there. Like, how?
Oh, yeah.
How?" Because it always shocks me, I guess, because it's always people that I'm like, "This person's not so bad, and, like, we can hang out here, like, it'll be alright," you know?
Mhm.
And then I'm like, "What? Like, you really just went there?" I don't know. And then I lose all respect, and then I just go MIA. You know what I mean? Like, I just
Yeah.
from their chats anyways, not my own channel. Obviously, I do my thing, but I
Well, it's
don't
a
know.
good, safe, comfortable place over there. Nobody's being disrespected. No one's being dragged through the mud. Somebody had sent me a screenshot. This was super telling for me. This was like one of those, oh my God moments when somebody in her chat had said, you slow down on posting clip art. Yeah, I understand why. Someone in her chat, someone had left a comment that said something along the lines of, I can't believe you didn't know how wrong this was. And what if this were your child? Would you still be okay with
And she
photos?
was like, "Yeah, I
Yeah.
seen that."
Yeah. She's like, yeah, 100%. I would understand for scientific purposes. And I was like,
That's
oh my
why the
God.
apology floors me because it's like, first of all, no matter what she would have said, nobody would have agreed with it because she waited too long. She waited way too
Yeah.
long. It should have been immediate. People were calling her out the day that she announced that she was going to do this. People were telling her it's not a good idea. Don't do it. And then
Mhm.
she did it. And then after she did it, she found 108 ways to justify why she did it. And
Oh, yeah.
then she got called out on multiple platforms and still was making excuses. And then she went viral on national news.
Yeah. So doesn't
So
that make her
that's whenever she's like,
apology?
"Oh crap, I need to apologize, I guess,"
Right.
right? Like, what are
And
you
then at that point, it's
thinking?
like, are you apologizing because you finally understand how terrible your behavior was? Or are you apologizing because the entire internet is demanding that you apologize? Which one?
Right. And some people don't understand. Like, some people are like, "Well, there was no genitalia showing and stuff like that." I don't care if there was or not. My thing was
Mhm.
his face.
That's right.
Why? Like, you put his face out there. The court never showed his face. His
That's right.
identifying features were never once showed on anybody's live stream. And now his identifying features are out there for people to screenshot or freaking download and make memes out of or
Mhm.
whatever, and people are freaking sick.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
know eventually it's gonna happen. And it just
Absolutely. If it hasn't
that's
already.
where I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" Because it's just how do we know that Lena's not gonna be freaking, on the news or on Facebook or whatever platform they have whenever she's, like, 18, and she's gonna be scrolling through and then see her brother.
Right. And you're never, she's not, there's no way to prepare her for that. No way.
Right.
There's no way at all to prepare for her for that. When Zav Girl had commented to that to that comment that was left and said, "Yeah, I'm totally cool with that, 100% understand it. I'm not emotionally in charge." I don't know what everybody else saw, but what I saw was if you would exploit your own child's death, which she can't even
Money.
imagine because she's never sat in
Mhm.
those shoes, so she can't even fathom it. But by saying it, anyone who read that should have immediately, in my opinion, should have immediately thought, if she would do that to her own child, she would do that to anyone's child. She's not capable of understanding the feelings of other people, and that makes her a dangerous person.
See, and my thing is, like, and there are people who are saying, like, well, um, not everybody is like that, and some people grew up around that. Like, there's this one person who is in my chats that apparently grew up and her parents were morticians, and so that type of stuff doesn't bother her. That's fine, but that's not the average person. And then we are on this platform covering true crime. Okay, think about the type of people that we cover.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but there are very, very sick, as we just seen in that document that you were showing, very, very sick-minded people out there that will use those photos for nefarious purposes. And whether she meant it or intended it or not, it's not okay. And if somebody else would have put them out anyways because the court released them to everyone and blah, 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 let it be somebody else then. It don't have to be you just because somebody's gonna do it anyways. How about if
Right.
everybody sat there and thought, "It won't be me," maybe nobody would do it. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like,
Yeah.
geez.
I
That's
hope
like
the
saying,
backlash becomes a lesson and that people realize that there is accountability with what's done on this platform involving
the
other people's
backlash is
tragedies.
it's not only gonna be a lesson, but I really, really fear for what's gonna happen with true crime YouTube. Are we gonna have access to trials in the future? Are we going to have access to FOIA documents and things like that? Like that document that you just read, that would have been a FOIA request that a news station put in and was able to get so that they could release that document. Are we gonna have access to that stuff because people make mistakes and a court reporter put out things that they shouldn't have, and then bam, somebody who didn't have the foresight or the common decency to not freaking exploit a child for money, put it out, and now we only get as much freedom as the biggest idiot in our village, unfortunately, and that's what
Right.
scares me.
Right. Yeah. See, with Angelo's petition, hey, in the bushes, good to see you. With Angelo's petition, the petition isn't to prevent the FOIAs at all because
Mhm.
that is important. People should be able to access certain parts of a crime, stuff that we can learn from, stuff that can be, shown to the public without destroying the dignity, of like a
Right.
minor child. And so the reason that I like this petition is because when it comes to children who have been, tragically murdered, tortured, that kind of thing, for those photos to be completely
Blocked.
off limits to anybody who's
Mhm.
not, a trained professional using them in a professional capacity. And that's the reason I think it's a great thing. I mean, you would still be able, with this petition specifically, like you would still be able to put in a FOIA request and get, information, but not those photos per se.
So many
That way they
states
can't be used.
already have such strict policies about kids. That's why you don't see very many true crime YouTubers covering children cases unless they're in a state that is FOIA friendly.
Mhm.
Like, there are very, very many that do not release anything whenever it has a minor's name in it.
Oh, yeah.
What's it say? In order to protect our kids, we have to act in everything we do. Like, there are cops, lawyers, media, regulars, and family in every chat. I totally agree. I
100% agree.
totally agree.
Mhm.
Every single day. You
Absolutely.
never know who is there. You have no clue. Right now, it says that there are, I don't even know, what, 6, 8, 16 watching. When did that happen? There was like 8 people for the last hour. Now there's
Mhm.
16. We have 3
Right.
people in chat. You
Right.
get what I'm saying? Like, you
Yeah,
have
you
no
never know.
clue who the other 9 people are.
Right.
10, 12, whatever.
Yeah,
You have
not
no
to mention
idea.
the Discord call, or the private Discord, whatever, all of that stuff
Right.
that goes on. But
Yeah, where they
yeah.
watch you, but they're all in a group chat in Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, Habiborium says, act like there could be sex offenders in every chat because, I mean, a lot of times there
There
aren't.
are. Right.
Absolutely. Just looking for that, for that kind of content. And I guess for me, a lot of it anymore is, it's not the good content creators that are creating these obstacles and these messes. You know what I mean? It's you got your idiots that are quote unquote boots on the ground, with bullhorns, acting a whole fool, destroying whole communities. Every time a case makes national news, they rush to be the first, to stream from location, and then people that are watching. I mean, thousands of people will sit and watch that shit show. They're doing nothing. They're doing absolutely nothing except being an obstacle for law enforcement to work around.
Amazon's delivering my bullhorn tomorrow, by the way. No, I'm just kidding.
I have one you can borrow. I have one you can borrow. Hey, Emery. But those are the people that are making things extremely difficult for people like you that know the difference between right and wrong. And if that had been sent to you accidentally, or if it's part of the FOIA packet, or however it plays out, you would have never done anything like that. There's no question, no doubt whatsoever.
No.
It's the people who are desperate to
As a
engage
matter of
their
fact, I
audience.
probably would have called the court and been like, excuse me, did you guys know that you put these photos in here? Because I don't think that you're
Right.
supposed to be. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
there's no way. No
Oh,
way.
yeah. I can picture you doing that just to make sure that they weren't sent to the wrong
That they didn't
person,
get to go. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think
Ugh.
that when it comes down to it, the people that are this outrageous, trying to be first. I mean, I've said it months ago. It's like a whole bunch of people that are trying to be the first person to have the blood, guts, and gore to put on their platform because that's where everybody's going to go and watch it. And so
But
they
here's
grow
the
from it.
problem. The audience.
Yes.
The
The bigger
audience.
problem. Yep.
I can cover, I don't know, I can cover cases and nobody budges, but they will go to the same case on 12 different live streams. You know what I mean? And watch it over and over and over and over and over and over again to hear about the same brutal, horrific, like the more horrific it is, or the more drama it has. That's all they
Absolutely.
want to hear about. And it's insane to me. Like I honestly, I was talking the other day to my husband about, like, maybe I should start putting out these kids and then like make up a suspect that's like really dramatic or something, so that people will come see the child. And he's like, yeah, but then the police be showing up. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
you can't put out fake details about something like that, because then, but I'm like, how do you get people to look at the average child,
Right.
the kid who is missing next door, or even Carly that I showed you earlier? How do you get people to be interested in her case? Which, of course, now, I covered that this morning, and I was happy to see, like, 2-3 hours later, Chasing put out a video, Pascal put out a video, because my subscribers went to some of these larger creators and was like, please put out videos on Carly. You know what I mean? And so thank God she is going to a platforms that are larger than just mine, so that hopefully people can see her and help get her found. My thing with hers is, though, we need the suspect. I don't know who the suspect is, what type of vehicle, because I don't think they're going to have her just out walking around, sadly.
Right.
But
yeah, and I mean, I'm teeny tiny, but I do have a handful of random people that pop in that are here for grief content, or just for shits and giggles kind of thing. I mean, I'm not on here regular enough to have any kind of an
Right.
audience or anything like that. But I'm always happy to share anything out, especially when it comes to someone who's missing. I mean, I don't
Right.
understand that either. I really don't. It's something I've journaled about quite frequently over the last, I don't know, 6 months, give or take. And I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, we can't hold content creators or channels. Hey, Just On and Emery, we can't hold content creators or channels any more responsible than the people in the audience that are there engaged with it.
Right.
And it makes me, almost feel stupid sometimes for believing that this platform, had more mature adults, making informed decisions about what they were going to
I
contribute
think it
to.
used to, though.
I
And
feel like it
this is going
did.
to sound horrible,
When
but
do you think it
I think
changed?
that COVID,
Mhm.
I think that COVID brought so many more people to this platform that maybe are not I think it's between COVID and the Watts case and Gabby Petito, because that's where it changed from being like, here is the drama crew, here is true crime, and they were very separate. You would never see drama people even thinking about sitting in a true crime chat. But then with the Watts case, like, that one was global. You know what I mean? It was
Mhm.
everywhere. And some of the drama creators would mention it. And then with Gabby Petito, it was all in. Drama creators were all in on that. And I think that's whenever the audiences started to get mixed.
Mhm.
And listen, I love some of my drama people. I do. I'm not sitting here saying, like, that they're bad people or anything like that. I
Mhm.
just think that the goals are different. You know what I mean? That the goals are
Absolutely.
completely different.
That's a good way of saying it. The goals are different. That's a really good way of explaining the difference. I appreciate that statement because sometimes it's hard to explain how can you like sitting in a drama chat if you're here for
Mhm.
true crime, and I'm kind of like, I'm not here for true crime.
Yeah, you enjoy true
That's what
crime, but you
drew me
also
in.
enjoy
Yeah.
other stuff too. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, there are some
I mean,
drama
that's like
channels that I
saying,
really
like,
like.
I enjoy chocolate ice cream, but you better believe, like, every now and then I'm gonna eat some cookie dough. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you can eat
Yeah,
you can
absolutely.
you can have both. You don't have to. It's just I still think the line needs to be there. And I was telling
Oh,
Lokamai the
yeah.
other day, like, I hope that, and this sounds horrible, but I hope that we're seeing an exodus and we're seeing drama channels losing, or not drama, crama, I guess I should say. The drama channels are still hanging on in the drama world, but the crama channels, we're seeing them one at a time eliminate themselves with TOS violations.
Mhm.
And I was telling her, I said, with this Zav girl thing, one of two things are going to happen. Either the crama channels are going to wake up and realize that they need to walk a tighter line for a while, or they're
Mhm.
going to continue to eliminate themselves even more, because now the audience is starting to wake up and realize, like, hey, this is wrong. Exploiting these families, doing this to this family, pointing out stuff that hurts them. This is
Mhm.
wrong. And I think it's going to lead to, like, more channels getting reported, more crazy stuff, getting reported. And I'm gonna say this. I hate to think of people losing their channels, because I know that a lot of people rely on this for money, but at the same time, like, I will be very, very relieved if the lines go back up. And true crime is true crime, and drama is drama. And that's why I said, like, I really try not to chat, like, in the drama chats,
Mhm.
unless there's something that I feel like I need to be there for, say, intentionally. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
I want to keep myself separated so that people realize, like, hey, Sleuth Mom is actually like a true crime channel. She's not crama.
Right. I have to tell you, I mean, I have to be honest about this and tell you, the other day, I had like a private StreamYard with um 2 moderators with Lisa and Lee, and we were watching a
Mhm.
movie. And then it's been one of my favorite drama channels for a long time, came on, and we paused the movie and went over, and I was appalled. I know that you have never been in that chat before.
That was so listen, I literally laughed
I
all
was
night,
like,
though. I thought that's where you were going with that. Listen, but they were
Mhm.
saying, you know what it was? They were saying, I walked in, okay, and I said hello to somebody was in there, and I said hello. And then they said something about chasing. And I
Mhm.
was like, okay. now my name is in the chat, and I'm not the type of person where if I am somebody's supporter and you know that I'm there, you know
Right.
what I mean? Like that
Yeah.
I'm not going to stay quiet whenever they're sitting there blatantly spreading misinformation about you or whatever. And so they said something about chasing, like was seeking the photos out or buying the photos and wanted to go and look at him and stuff like I'm like, it's not what happened. You know what I mean? And I was just
Mhm.
like,
Yeah, you were just trying to
no,
correct it.
like
That's
this
it.
is what happened. And I thought that like in my mind, I'm thinking they might not realize that that's not what happened because I had just walked in and it was like, Sleuth mom, you whore. I
Yes.
was like,
I
you
was
dumb
like
whore. I was like, what just happened?
I was
I
like,
I
"Oh my
texted B Tim.
god."
I was like, B Tim, you should have warned me. You have to prepare me.
Yeah.
Like I had
And
no
I mean,
clue
I
it
was
was
shocked.
in the drama world.
I was so shocked because I've, you know, I didn't even I was like, "What the fuck is happening?" When I heard "Sleuth mom," I was like, "Oh my god." And that's the first time I've ever been angry over there, ever. That's the first time I've
Oh,
ever been
really?
angry over
Yeah.
there. Yeah, I've never been angry over there, but
That's so funny.
considering I know you and then, what was said to you and what you were called, I was like, "Holy shit,
I
this
don't
is
even know
insane." Because you weren't
I don't even
saying
know if everybody realized what was going on because she just, like, randomly started screaming. Do you know what I mean? And you
Yeah.
can actually hear the channel host say, "Wait, who?" You know what I mean? And so,
Mhm.
I don't even think it was like I don't know. It
Yeah.
was just very random, and then B Tim went up on panel, like, 10, 15 minutes later and tried
Yeah.
to, like, do the same thing, and it was just, yeah, it was just not productive.
There were like there were I have to think 1, 2, 3, 4 people.
Exactly, Reese, I should have never even been in there.
There were 4
It's the
people
Zav girl topic.
that had
God,
clipped
sorry.
it and they emailed
Oh,
it to
really?
me and they were like, "Hey, we're gonna put this out." I was like, "Please don't. Please don't do that," because like, you know, I think it was I think it was already, we're all moms and dads and we
Mhm.
all, all of us that
Oh,
are on
yeah.
one side of the fence are like, "This is crazy." But that was overboard. And but I was like, "Please don't put that out. Please don't clip that." That was like not the best moment, but it's gonna bring attention in a negative way. Let's redirect it about the behavior of a YouTuber putting those photos out because that's what everybody is angry about. And I feel like a lot of times because it's such a hot topic, and everybody's upset about it, up in arms about it, everybody's in their fifis, like almost appalled with it that that means, it's a lot easier for people to kind of lose their cool with it. I think that had they known, had she known who you were, that maybe she would have read the comment for what it was, which was you're not saying, "Hey, you're wrong." The chat, people in the chat were typing in incorrectly. They were typing in
Mhm.
information that wasn't correct and you were just trying to correct that. But I still was very pissed off. I mean, of all the people in the chat that day to call a whore, the last person that should have been called a whore was you. Call me a whore before you call Sleuth Mom a whore, please.
I swear to God,
I
though,
was
like,
like,
I haven't heard that
"What?"
since I was, like,
I
18.
left. I left right after that. I did. I
Yeah,
promised
so
you. I
did
did.
I.
Lisa's in the chat. I was like, I can't do this. I mean, I love them. You know what I mean? That was a moment that I
Mhm.
was like, wow, okay. And we left and we went back to the movie and I think I sat for probably 20 minutes with my mouth, with my mouth on the floor, like, oh my God, what the fuck just happened? This is
Right.
this is crazy. This is insane. And I'm glad that there's no clips out there about it. I haven't seen any. And the people
I
that
don't
had
even.
sent to me, I was like, please don't do that. Please don't do that because there's nothing positive that's going to come from that. That's just going
Right.
to start a whole lot of,
Back
crazy.
and
Like
forth.
it was a
Mhm.
moment and, I had already talked to you and I knew you were okay. And I know it was most likely a slip up kind of thing, but at the same point, I didn't want anybody to have that kind of negativity on them, especially, everybody else that was on the panel kind of thing. But I
Right.
do want to apologize because that was just absolutely unnecessary. It was not necessary.
Yeah, you didn't do it, though. You're fine.
No,
Like, I
I was
mean
upset. I was
Yeah.
very upset about it, but considering the topic and
No, I know. Everybody has been very emotionally charged for like this whole since it happened. And if we all feel this emotionally charged, like imagine what his family is going through.
yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. I mean, you can just tell, like, there's only been a couple of times that I've gone into a room, or to a channel. I call them rooms, but that I've popped into a channel when this has been the topic, and you can, like, we're all in different places. Like, we're not sitting in a physical room, but I feel like when you start reading the chat, you can feel the heavy in the room. The people are kind of looking around at each other, like, how's this going to end? How's this going to play out? I'm begging people to go through their subscription list. And if there's content creators that cover the same case or talk the same shit all the time, nonstop, and they're not willing to cover other cases or talk about other missing people, especially children, if that's what you're here for, if you're not willing to be here for the other people that are missing, then just go ahead and say that you're here for the drama. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a content creator that's only talking about Summer Wells, or only talking about the Idaho 4, or only talking about insert name of missing person, then just say that you're
Yeah,
here
you're
for
a
the drama.
conspiracy theorist. It's not even
Yeah.
drama. You're a conspiracy theorist because there's been no new information on Summer Wells in 2 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, you're not talking about the case anymore. You're talking about speculation, conspiracy, and you're bringing a whole lot of drama and attacking everyone else.
Right.
As opposed to bringing any coverage to this little girl that nobody has seen for 2 years and some weeks.
I did notice what Lee said, how easily the conversation switched away from Gannon. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
All it took was a big breaking news case and everybody's like, who's that girl who? And that's not
Right.
okay either. It needs to still be a conversation. Honestly, I don't know. I don't think she should necessarily have a channel. Like, and I wish YouTube could do like even a suspension or something like along those lines. But
Mhm.
I mean, if you look at her videos, even before she did this, she had a video of, was that Gannon screaming? And
Oh,
they're
yeah.
watching the Ring doorbell over and over again saying, oh, listen, that must be him screaming. Like, what?
Mhm.
Don't you
that
think that if they had a video of Gannon screaming while she was murdering him, that the prosecutor would have pulled that up during court?
100%.
Like
100%. And it wouldn't be on YouTube until after the trial. And if it
Exactly.
would have even been shown in trial. Absolutely. 100%. Could not agree more. People were asking me what did I think should happen with Zap Girl's channel. And I'm not somebody who sits on a high horse talking
Sorry.
about cancel culture or anything like that. But
Right.
when you have an audience that large and you're grown and you're an adult, you have the opportunity to do good things for people. You have the opportunity to be the good in someone else's life. And if you're not here for that, if you're here to talk about true crime and you don't care about the human side of it, and you do something so careless and so just horrendous, then I think the people that you hurt are the people that should make the decision on if you are able to
Deplatformed or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it should
Mhm.
be up to his family and the people that are forever hurt now because you can't undo what she's done. If you
I
can't
agree with that.
undo it.
Because, like, at the end of the day, my opinion, your opinion, nobody's opinion matters but Landon and
Right.
Albert.
Right. They're the ones that deserve the apology or in their time when they're ready to hear it. But because here's how I feel about it. I'll just be blunt and raw with it. Because of what she's done by putting that out there, they have to live with that now for the rest of their lives. They're talking about leaving social media. They're talking about not having Facebooks, the things that help them engage with other bereaved parents and other, the people who were supportive of them. So if they now for the rest of their lives have to deal with the whole internet being curious about what their child looked like and post-mortem, then I don't really give a shit about the status of her channel for the rest of her life. She makes money off of her channel. So I feel like the rest of, this whole, like, should she lose her money for the rest of her life? She shouldn't be on here making money for the rest of her life. Well, that to me is nothing compared to Gannon's family knowing that the whole world can see those photos now with the click of a button and an enter key on the internet. So if they have to live with that for the rest of their lives and they didn't have a choice in that, then I really don't think that the status of her channel or her income on this channel or on this platform is anywhere close to relevant. Does it make sense?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
The only thing that I worry about is the fact that, is she going to do it again? Maybe not with autopsy photos, but we've seen how she did stuff in Kylie Rodney's case. We've seen how she did stuff in Dylan Round's case. Like, it's an ongoing cycle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. With Kylie Rodney, that was the first time. See, I wasn't super familiar with her. I knew of her because we live like 40 minutes away from each other. And so, I knew of her. I knew that she had a channel. I had watched, a little bit here or there when she talked about Delphi, but I had forgotten about her going down, left of center for so long, so to speak. And then when I saw what she did with Kylie Rodney, I was like, she's crazy. She is a conspiracy mess. Like, I don't want nothing to do with that shit. But I didn't expect
She's a
anything like
mess.
this out of her.
She's also so first channel that JT went on. And
is she?
Yep.
She was on his channel? Oh my God.
Well, that's the channel that he used to offer the $500 reward for my information.
No way.
Yep. And she refused to take it down. Whenever I emailed her, she refused until I did a privacy strike, and then she took it down and emailed me an apology after 2 days.
Oh my God.
Yep. But she was on there. She had him on every single day talking about the gay militia and how Dylan Round's mom was doing this, that, and the other thing. And, talking about how he was just everything. all the things that JT said, it was all on her panel. She grew thousands and thousands of subscribers from JT and then finished growing with Kylie.
Wow, I did not know and she allowed
Yeah,
that.
she was only at, like, I wanna say 22 or 25 whenever Jim Terry first went on with her. And then from there, I wanna say she went around 50K and then hit Kylie Rodney's case. I keep an eye because, that's somebody who hurt me, so I always kind of, just kinda watch out of the corner of my eye.
I had no idea that was the channel that all that went down on. I had no
Well, so
clue.
she offered the reward, but it was, two different advocacy channels actually that sold my information. Like, it
Wow.
was Joe Clausen on, Moms for Missing, which I don't mind saying her name because it's out there public, like, she came on with her real name at first. And then I'm not gonna say the other creator because he is still actively putting out missing person content every single day, covers many, many missing posters. But it was him and her that sold my information to him for $500 because I had ordered a bracelet from United to Find Harmony Montgomery and gave my personal information, and they gave it to him.
Oh my God.
Yep. Oh no. What's this?
That's insanity. I had no idea it was her channel. I mean, she has a history of not just exploiting missing people, but being
but going
extremely
crazy.
careless
Conspiracy. Yep.
and allowing that shit on her panel just to grow a channel. Like, then yeah, I mean, I don't want to be when I'm not a YouTuber. I do live streams from time to time. Like, I'm not like a dedicated, YouTuber or whatever. But if I were, and I were in the same genre as her, now if you Google, Gannon-Unstuck or whatever, I'm told that that's what people are talking about. And so I wonder, I can imagine that Gray Hughes and like Stephanie Harlow and, large channels that have worked hard, to get where they're at are not gonna enjoy being classified as a true crime YouTuber like she is.
Right.
I feel like that's where, that's
Yeah,
where a lot of the
she
change comes
soiled the
from.
name. It sucks. It sucks.
Mm,
Yeah, Emily Biz, I remember that.
yeah. Yeah, that confused and that dippity, stupid, dumb look, that plain dumb shit only gets you so far, for sure. I dropped
You know
up
what
not
though?
too
She
Go
never
ahead.
used to be like that. She like years ago, whenever you pull up her videos, like she actually had content. She did research and she put stuff out, and I think she realized like the chat just likes to speculate and stuff like that. And so if you come on and go, well, what do you guys think? Or I don't know, you guys.
Yeah. What do you
The
think,
whole
you
live stream,
guys?
then they send you super chats with their ideas.
Mhm. Yeah.
So
What do you guys think? I don't know. I'm not sure. I get it,
do you
Emily.
think it could be the mom?
Yeah.
Like, I swear to God.
Does that look like a body in there? Does that I mean, it's just gross. Unfortunately, I have an unpopular opinion when it comes to this. I'm not about cancel culture, and I think free speech is extremely important. But in this situation, because of the harm that was done, I'm afraid of a standard being set. And so I feel
Right.
like in this situation, if there's not harsh consequences that people fear for themselves, they may
No, I
want
agree.
to do what she did in order to grow a channel. But if they see that there are harsh consequences and that she's reprimanded in a harsh way based on what she's caused this family for the rest of their life, I feel like that's necessary at this point to prevent other people from doing
From following
something
the
similar
same
to
thing.
that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree. I actually had that same conversation with somebody before this happened. Not about her, but I said, um, if you are constantly going after people for their different opinions and you want everybody taken down that has the opposite opinion of you, like how does that work eventually?
Yeah.
Eventually everybody will either be gone or whatever. It's not okay. It's not okay to just cancel every opposing opinion. Um,
Right.
and that's like, to me, it's like the difference of Democrat and Republican. I will never agree with the Krama channels. They will never agree with the advocacy slash actual true crime channels. Do you know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah.
And so you have to accept the differences at some point because my audience thinks that what I'm doing is 100% correct and they're there because they like that way. Well, their audience is thinking the same exact thing. They're thinking like, no, this is the way to do it because we want to research, we want to dig, we want to figure it out on our own. We don't want to just read articles. We do want to sit here and like guess about what could be and stuff like that. And so
Mhm.
that's where the difference is. And people are allowed to have differences. They're allowed to
Oh,
look at the case
absolutely.
in different ways. And so I don't agree with necessarily canceling them, but I'm gonna tell you, they're canceling themselves pretty quickly.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's
She's
like,
definitely doing it. I mean, when she's got the mainstream media coming at her, calling her out by name, I think it's deserved in this situation because of what she's done is permanent, can't be undone, it can't be fixed, no apology is gonna make it better. When it comes to disagreements, you'd be surprised at some of the channels that I go into at night just
Mhm.
because there's a difference of opinion and have great conversation, and a lot of times it's in those political realms where I can hear someone else's perspective or someone else's opinion on a topic or, a law that's about to be amended or that's, in the process of being written or just something like that. I feel like as adults, having conversations with people, listening to other opinions, I mean, that's how we grow. We would
Yeah.
never understand what it's like to be somebody else if we weren't willing to sit down and hear them out or hear their opinion. And I love to have conversations with people, and there's a lot of times I walk away from the table feeling very different than I did when I sat down,
Right.
you know?
Everything's a learning experience. And that was the thing in my members only live whenever I was talking to that person. That I said, with each case, I learn a different way or a different thing. Like, okay, I need to do that different next time, or I need to do this different next time. And the same thing happens whenever you talk to people with the opposite conversation, or with the opposite opinion, you learn and you grow. And that's what we're all doing. We're all walking around every single day, learning and growing and trying to figure out maybe what's a better way. Maybe
Yeah.
what's what we're gonna do different. She's talking about Sean
I cannot
Doherty,
remember his
maybe?
name. Doherty.
Doherty? Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, I know you covered it. I know that you have a couple of videos about it. There was a couple of other channels that covered it. I think people stopped talking about it because the law enforcement stopped putting, well, it wasn't one of the mainstream media cases, you know. That's what we're
It
talking
wasn't.
about
But
earlier.
they also refused, like, right now, it's pretty much just on the parents still.
Mhm.
It's really hard to continue to put out, I mean, so that's where the difficult thing is, because I could sit here and talk about him, but with no new factual information, with nothing that I can sit here and present, all I'm doing then at that point is speculating. And so that's where, you know, it's a line. Do you cross that line and go into conspiracy theory speculation land? Or
Mhm.
do you stick with what the facts that are available to us are? It
Yeah.
makes it really hard.
It's a very fine line to walk. Yeah. I mean, I think theorizing about different scenarios or people or suspects, so to speak, I think theorizing about them is normal. I mean, I think that's a normal part of,
Right.
you know, looking into unsolved cases like this. But I think whenever it goes towards, you know, digging so deep into their lives, you know what I mean, and putting it on
Right.
Front Street, like, one thing that I appreciate about your channel is that you say, you know, this is my opinion or this is my theory versus this is what law enforcement has put out. There are some channels that don't do that.
Right.
And when their chat is like, "Oh, yeah, that makes sense," and then a super chat flows in, they're like, "You're so smart." That becomes their opinion, and then you know, there's no room for anyone to say, "But is that what law enforcement is saying?" You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It becomes crazy. Did you see the update?
Let's
I just did a
did
search a little bit ago, and it looks like there's did you see that there's a, let me just put it on the screen because I don't know if you've seen it or not. But it looks like law
They got
enforcement.
the camera footage.
Yeah. Is that something that was shown earlier, or is this
So
fairly new?
it was in the Facebook group, but
Okay.
I'm not sure. She was the only one who pulled over. They got her getting abducted on camera.
It says at 9:45 p.m., WBRC has obtained traffic camera video from Interstate 459 at mile marker 11.7 from the time period. It's believed that Carly Nicole Russell disappeared. I didn't know if you had seen it or not. We can play it real
No,
quick.
so like I said, they pulled up the video, but on the
Hey,
Facebook
Shift.
group, there was screenshots of it, but they didn't actually, like, find the video itself. There's so many cars. How did nobody stop her from getting abducted? Sorry, I'm watching
Sure.
it, obviously.
Hey,
I'm
Shift.
bored right now.
Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. You're welcome to join us if you'd like to. Do you want me to play it, Sleuth Mom, to see
Yeah,
if
go for it. Yep.
I dropped the link in the back chat for you too.
Yeah, thank you.
I know you'll do an
Another
update on
season
it.
with leaves and plenty of rain. That means clogged and overflowing gutters. Debris can damage your roof, undermine your home's foundation, or even cause leaks inside. It may be a small problem now, but you can't afford to wait. Let AP.
They seriously abducted her right on camera. I
Oh,
don't even see the
shit.
baby. Do you see the baby? That's what I was
No.
looking to see.
Oh, right there.
Right there. No, look at all these
And
cars.
look at this car. Okay, let me rewind this for a second. Hey, Shift Happens is a friend from over at Jen's channel.
Hi, Shift Happens.
She's a fish. Okay, so I'm not sure if this is a glare or something, but it looks like this car's backing up, and then it looks like a baby or toddler or whatnot right here. Let me rewind this.
All
Yeah.
those people
Right,
drove past
Emery?
this baby. So, like, that makes me question that this wasn't targeted for specifically her then, because look at all these cars.
Yep.
It could have been anyone.
So okay. So that's not, do you see this light right here?
Yeah. I think it's just a glare from
Okay.
the four ways. Do you see how it's flashing at the
Yeah.
same time?
Yeah. So she still isn't stopped.
Why is she drive so far with her four ways on?
Oh, wow. Okay, can I rewind it again to see
There
where
she is.
baby was?
Yeah.
'Cause you can see baby in headlights.
I thought you could anyways, but it must not
That's
have
what
been
it looked
because
like.
I need to, like, full screen. There we go.
I'm gonna try to pause it when it looks like baby or toddler. Okay,
No,
right
I
there,
see what you mean.
first time.
Put it up full screen and no, there's nothing there.
Okay.
She'd have just drove right through it, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Is that her car or is that the person letting the baby out?
I'm not sure. It's a kidnapping shift happens. Oh, it's a little pixelated.
Somebody
Can you
got
go back?
out. Somebody got out and they walked around to the back of this is the person putting the kid out. They're getting
Oh.
somebody out of the back seat right now. Unbelievable.
Oh, shit.
Oh, police are gonna be all over this guy, whoever they are.
Oh, man. Where did he go? Oh, he's still standing there.
Yeah. Definitely open the back door. Ugh, I wish there wasn't so many lights.
I know,
Gray,
right?
where are you? Make the
Right.
lights all go away.
This is
This
crazy.
has to be her because this is way too long for it to be some random person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, look
If
up
it was just
here.
somebody dropping off the kid.
It seems like everybody, well, they're staying in the left lanes, but they have flashers on up here too. Unless it's a glare or something.
No, I think that's just glare.
Okay, do you see right here?
Yeah.
Where my
Yep.
okay.
I think it's the bottom of that signpost. Whenever the headlights pass over it. Yeah, it's just the bottom of the signpost.
Mm.
I don't see a kid. And, like, she got out of the car if that's her and went to the back seat for what? Did she put the kid in the car originally? And then
I
was
don't
waiting for the
know.
police maybe?
See, okay, to
I'm saying,
me,
like
when not like a glare or whatever, but when it looks like somebody's standing right here.
Mhm.
Moving. I thought at one point that it looked like a white t-shirt back here, but I see now how that could very well be
Yeah.
the
See
post.
the sign in front of it, the two posts and about the distance they are apart? I think
Mhm.
that's what you're seeing is the signpost on each side.
But watch through here. It looks like somebody moving around or something.
Okay.
But then I mean, I'm not a video person.
I think it's just the pixelation of the dark and the light changing.
Okay.
Because like even down towards the bottom, it's changing a lot. I have it pulled up on my big screen. That's why I'm like,
I wonder if there's a road underneath of there.
so I can pull it back up on Google Earth after this is over, if you would like.
That would explain the lights.
They probably won't show her get abducted, right?
Right.
Like they're not going to show the car pull up and stop and take her, are they? Oh man. It was only 3 minutes before the cops arrived, like, and it's already been 4 minutes. There's the cops.
And then it cuts off.
When did she get
Help
taken?
this place get back on its feet after that crazy fire last year? Oh yeah, me and this place go way back.
I don't understand when she got taken in that.
Before a little thing becomes a
I don't
big
either.
thing, call your alpha
Let me see if
agent.
I can zoom in on it. Okay, it's starting over at the beginning. Let me see if I can zoom in. I put it on my big screen, my big monitor. And let me see if it'll let me. No, it's not going to let me zoom in.
BC, it just says it's a video from when they believe she was abducted.
Did they say what kind of car she was driving again?
It is a red Mercedes.
Okay, so here's the car showing up, and it's already like in the shoulder.
I mean, she definitely gets out and walks around to the back. But I don't see anybody else like pull up to her. Yeah, she's wearing black and black and then shoes. White shoes.
Okay. I wish I knew how to do all those fancy video things that Gray does, but I don't. Can see it, but so far away. Gary Johnson, hello. Did a witness call law enforcement? She called. She called 911.
Yeah, she's the one who called. Mm-hmm.
And then
and said
law
about
enforcement
the toddler.
shows up 3 minutes later. So I was looking for like a toddler to be running down this side while she's pulling up, and I don't see it. Do you see a baby anywhere or a toddler? Or
No.
anything?
No.
I don't either. So I wonder if maybe baby was in the grass or something. Because you would think while she's pulling forward that like her lights would be shining, or does she already have the baby? This is just so weird to me. Like I'm looking ahead of and onto the side, and I don't see. Let's look when she hits her brakes first. From what I understand, Gary, she called 911 and she reported to the police that there was a toddler or a baby on the interstate, and that she pulled over to get the toddler out of harm's way. And law enforcement. Okay, so did that person? They get out of the driver's side, right, and walk around to the passenger side. Did I see that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then a door opens. And BC, after this, I'll go back to the article and see if there's any updates on that.
No, it just says that the video's there. I have the same article. Like I pulled it up on mine too.
Emery said, is she taking a bit to pull over and the baby is a wee bit behind her now? Look under the white square to the right of her car. I thought that there was something there too, but it looks like when the lights shine, it's like the legs of the pole or to the sign there. So did they kidnap her from the weeds, I wonder? Because no other vehicle stops.
She never left the side of her car. Like, I don't see her leave. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then where's the gray vehicle that supposedly pulled in front of her? Like, that didn't happen either.
Right. This is so strange. Unless, of course, they cut it, you know what I mean, to not add that part. Because there's no timestamps on it anywhere. I'll drop the link again in the chat for anybody that wants to grab this. It came out at 9:45 p.m. That's so weird. No one stops, so we can't see her, and we know it's coming, and we're staring right at it, right? That's kind of what it feels like. Like, what are we missing? And see, that is what makes me think that maybe there's like another road or something underneath, is because I feel like for this light to have come down this way, if it's a reflection, it would have done it for all the other vehicles. You know what I mean? Am I making sense?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm like trying to look up if there's like an app that I can download real quick so I can zoom. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be something.
I can screen record it, and then we can
And
zoom
then
in on it that way.
zoom in that way. Yeah, that would work.
Okay, let me do that. Start at the beginning because that's where the car comes through. Pause. Okay, let me.
All right, CCTV can rewrite the story. It's going to be crazy if, like, I don't know. Now I don't understand what happened. Do you know what I mean? Like, now I'm
Yeah.
confused because now that's not.
Let's go back to the article quick and see what it says at that update down here. Let's see. Come on. Okay, let me screen share that, and then I'll screen record it and then put it through. See if we can zoom in on it. Okay, this is what it says. Oh gosh, look how big that was. Let me reset it. There we go. Where's the okay? Friday, 9:45 p.m. WBRC has obtained traffic camera video from Interstate 459 at mile marker 11.7 from the time period it is believed that Carly Nicole Russell disappeared. That's the only update that it gives.
Yep. I got Google Earth pulled up if you want to look real quick before you start. Yeah. And then that way you can see like what it looks like here.
Okay.
Oops. Okay, so this is like right where she's pulled over. There's the signs, but this is what it looks like. So there is like houses and stuff right through the woods there, but I don't think we're going to be seeing lights from the road, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And is there a road? So where's the curve at? Because when that video first starts, there's like a curve.
Yeah, that's right behind here.
Okay.
Right there. And then she pulls up, and these are the two signs that we're seeing in the
Okay.
headlights, this one and this one. So she's like right around that marker there.
Okay, let me drag this screen. Give me just a second to do this. Let me drag this screen over here to my other monitor.
Is
And
her door
then-
hanging open? Because it was supposed to be open and the car's still running. Well, the car's definitely still running. The initial reports made it seem like the suspects were hiding in the brush. Yeah, seeing the Google Earth makes it make sense. See, but then they said about the truck, or well, not truck. Then they said about the vehicle pulling up in front of her, but we don't see that. Like literally, the cops are there so quick.
Yeah, 3 minutes. I mean, and it looks like, I mean, that video is 4 minutes or something, a little more than 4 minutes. I'm gonna screen grab this real quick. I'll be just a second. And then we should be able to zoom in on it.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay. Pause. Let me make a big screen. I can't see the chat or anything right now, but okay, there she comes.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that I have a magnifier that I downloaded.
You do have one?
I think so, yeah, because I think I downloaded it during Shannon's trial so that I could zoom in on some of the stuff
Oh, yeah. I remember that now.
that was happening. Yep. There it is. I would still continue doing what you're doing just in case I can't get it to work good, though. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Where did that go?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Where did I put it?
I know, I'm over here doing the same thing. Where's your at? There it is, QuickTime Player. I gotta open that.
Okay.
New screen
You wanna-
recording. Over here. Okay, it's recording now.
Okay. If you want to go ahead and pop mine up in the meantime, we'll see if we can. Oh, watch this ad again.
Okay. Oh, yeah. There we go.
So this should magnify. Does that magnify on your end too? Or is it just on mine?
It looks magnified on mine too, a little bit.
Okay. I can do.
Bear with me, guys. This is the first time I've ever done this. I usually got it ready, but.
Woo. Gotta grab this up here.
Okay.
So, like, I don't see a child.
I don't either. And that's what I was looking for at first. Was the child.
Trying to figure out where I can stick the magnifier that it's not going to be in the way. Okay. So where's the play button at now? There we go. Oh my gosh. It's going to make me dizzy. Sorry.
That's all right. I got everything covered up recording this
Do you
real
see
quick.
anything?
My screen's recording on my side.
Okay. Let me see.
See, the reflective lights are throwing me off too.
Oh, see, no, it's not. Hold on. I gotta share my screen the other way. That's what I was wondering. Okay. So let me, oh my goodness. How do I get minimized now? All right. Let me do, I got to share my full screen. It's not going to let me just do that way.
This is so pixelated.
Yeah, hold on though. We got this. I think.
Is this from like a, oh gosh, one of those big over the road signs? What the hell are those called?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. So let's try and see. I should be able to do this like this then. Oh my goodness. But still really goofy. You're not gonna let me hit play now. Okay, wait.
Okay, there's one. Oh shit, where did the whole thing go? Oh my god. Where did my StreamYards go? What the hell is going on right now?
It's funny.
Is it not? Where the heck?
I literally do not see a child. Like, I'm zoomed in 300% right now. I do not see a child.
I don't
Period.
either.
Can you see what I'm looking at?
No, I'm trying to find it.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
Okay, I gotta X out of that. And then how the hell am I still on StreamYards when
You closed it? I do that
something
sometimes.
happened?
But you're still there. That's funny.
Let me go back into that. I don't know where the hell it went. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, seriously. How do I have two
Oh my
screens
gosh.
up?
Like 2 StreamYards?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on.
I was gonna say we don't have anything but me and you on the screen right now. Oh no, because mine is because I hit share screen for mine too. So that's why you have 2 options.
Okay. Well, I
Does
have
that
two
make
of
sense?
me, so this is like, do you hear the echo?
Is that one mine or yours?
That one's yours.
See, it still doesn't look zoomed all the way.
Oh,
yeah,
you
I
got
guess
it
it
zoomed
does.
in better than mine did.
Yeah, see, I don't see no baby though. Look at that.
I don't either.
You can tell now that is for sure the pool. See.
Yeah, that's definitely the poll. And then there's the milepost. Do you hear an
And I
echo?
can still go a little bit more. What?
Do you hear an echo?
Oh my goodness. No.
So just on my end.
Close your second StreamYard or your YouTube. So let me. Why is the play button just a pause button? Like there's no play button for it. It's not gonna let me. There we go. Of course. Right. So let me get the magnifier back now. My gosh. I'm sorry. Wish that would work to like play it.
I like how you can zoom in on it though.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, it's being goofy because it's not letting it play with the. Hold on. I don't see anything there though.
I don't either.
And that
Not
makes
anywhere. The whole time she's pulling up, I don't see anything like that.
no, nothing at all. Why is it stopping at 18 seconds every time? Is it just glitching? Okay, so let me get zoomed up here where she is. Woo! We are not gray hues on this channel. Let me tell
No, definitely not. Not even close.
Look though, okay. She got out and walked around.
Yeah, you
She's
can definitely
standing
see
right here
that.
now. Or at least she was.
Yeah, I can still see her on the passenger side.
Yeah. She was right there. But where does she go?
That's the part I want to see, where she goes. Where's like, does somebody come from the wooded area or the weeds, the ditch?
Like, she just vanishes.
Yep, she's gone.
Shoot. Oh, it's so pixelated. I might almost be zoomed in too far. I need to go out a little bit, I think.
To me, it looks like, I can't tell if it's the lights or not, but it looks like
right here
in front of the
moving?
sign. Yeah, right there. And then over in front of the sign, like the big, on the other side of the milepost sign.
Like
It
this
looks like
one up here
something,
or this one?
that one right there. If you go,
Need to go backwards a little bit.
it looks like something moving
Like
around, but you
video
can't really
backwards.
tell.
Right.
Just polished off a Chick-fil-A 8-piece nuggets. That's funny. Trying so hard to see a person, but not having any luck.
No, me
It's
either.
I can see her standing right there to the
Right
right.
here.
Yep.
Yes. Somebody's standing right there.
Somebody.
And it looks like she gets into the back seat for something. I need to it needs slowed down. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, and that's not an option, I don't think anyways. Woo! I gotta stop doing that. I let go of my mouse and then it just like drifts.
I can still see someone sitting there.
Like
to the
right
right.
here. Over
Yeah.
here?
It does
I
look
seen
like
it that
something is
time.
moving around over there.
Yeah, I seen it that time. It did look like something. And I don't know if it's the pixelation like messing with me.
That's the hard part.
Mhm.
And then that's it. That's so weird. 'Cause yeah, it says that another car pulls over, right? Good night, bushes. Good night in
Well,
the bushes.
that's what
Have a
good
good
night
night.
in the bushes. I've been saying all day I was gonna take a nap and now I'm up until 1. Sorry. She
I
was
don't
like,
sleep
"What
at
kind of
night.
lives we got going on tonight?" And I'm like, or today, and I was like, "No, I'm exhausted. I'm not doing anything." And I've been live 3 times. And then I freaking am on a panel.
3 times, damn it. I was glad I looked though. I just happened to look to see if there was an update. I was hoping that they had found her, you know?
Yeah.
And now she's just gone. It's so weird. You don't see her walk away from the car. It doesn't look like anybody gets in the car. Don't
She
see a
literally
child
vanishes.
anywhere. And then
Like, who stops for food and then just vanishes?
right. And wasn't there something about a gray car that was reported?
Yeah, they
Pulled in
said
front of her?
that a trucker drove past and said that he believed that he saw a gray car in front of her.
Hmm.
Look
See
how
that
busy this highway is. Oh
it's
my
very busy.
gosh.
And that light on the right that just went down throws me off too. Hmm.
The good news is police have better equipment than us and we'll be able
Oh,
to
yeah.
clean this up. The bad news is this like deepens the mystery so much more.
Mhm. It definitely does. Yeah, I didn't see anybody pull over either. I'm gonna drop down and then come right back.
Okay.
I
You're
got this
still getting the
terrible
echo.
yeah, it's bad. I'll be right back.
There's the police. Okay. I don't know, chat. What do you guys think? Do this to me. We don't want to watch that. I don't know. Wonder if it'll help if I don't like make it full screen before I try to start zooming it. Pixelation wise, you guys.
This is the weirdest thing that's ever happened.
It's still doing it?
Yeah, let me show you what it looks like real quick. I've never seen anything like this. Let me move it over to this screen. I did the screen recordings and they're super fuzzy. And then let me move that to trash. And then my stream completely disappeared. And now I don't know if you've ever seen anything like this before, ever. But oh, let me mute. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Somehow there was 2 Google Chromes, 2 StreamYards that was pulled up.
You found it, though?
Yeah, that was freaking so weird.
Jeez.
That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I've never seen anything so weird before, ever. I opened up the media player and it opened up a whole nother StreamYards. What? Never seen anything like that, ever. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. Do you have a good video editor? Because it recorded super fuzzy. I dare to try it again. That was cool. It was weird. I was looking for Lee Marie in the back, messing with shit, but it wasn't her. She didn't do it.
That's funny. I'm not in the back. That's funny. No, I don't know. What?
That is so...
We need like to put an overlay on it, I think, for daytime so we can see better.
Okay. What's super weird? Let me see if there's another video out there. Somebody's got it by now. 1 hour ago. Nope. That's the only video I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Is that one.
That's crazy.
And I can't get the media player to work at all. Let me see. You know what?
Now
Let me
I'm
see if I can
wondering,
zoom it
though,
this
like,
way.
did she just like get taken down into the woods or run down into the woods? Like, could she have walked off and like this is all just, and I hate even saying that, but like, I don't see anybody else there. There was one point that I saw maybe some movement, but I couldn't tell if it was movement or pixelation. Do you know what I mean? But regardless, like, I don't see when she literally disappears. Like, she literally just vanishes at some point, and I don't know when.
Yeah, it's very strange. There's no other car. I mean, it doesn't look like... Does that look zoomed in? Oh my God, with the ads, man. Let me come back. Something's... Oh my gosh. Definitely not gray hues today over here. Good Lord in the morning. Okay, I'm gonna make this full screen and then see if I
wonder
can
if
zoom
this is
in.
So BC said that this might be the wrong side of the highway, that this might be the north side. But would the news have pulled the wrong side? And what are the chances? No, it can't be the wrong side, though, because the police pull up behind. You know what I mean? The police aren't going to just randomly pull up behind a car. You know what I'm saying? At the same side, on the wrong side of the road at the same time. I don't think that's...
So that would be her, right? for sure.
It would
That would be her
have
car.
to be. Yeah.
Not someone else. So I'm looking like all through here, and I don't see a kid anywhere.
No, there's nothing.
And then when she stops, I'll try to zoom in some more. Is it zooming in for you, or is it just on my screen?
It looks about the same.
Okay.
To be completely honest.
That's so weird. Hopefully
Yeah,
somebody
her flashers
that's
are already on. I don't think the kid is up that far. Like she turned them on like right after the curve.
So is it possible then that they've already, like, somebody's jumped in her car? Like she stops back
Oh.
further, gets baby.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Somebody jumps in the car and then tells her to pull up to this, because that's a pretty identifying place, being at that mile marker right there.
Uh-huh.
And then that's when they pull her out. That's where her car's found. So you know what I mean?
And into the woods. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And maybe
I get what
that's
you're saying.
because it looks almost, there's some kind of movement going on right here, right through this area, and then right through here. But this one light, let me full screen this. This one light that's going to come down through here like this is weird. Because when you look at the map that you show, like the Google map or whatever, there's not a road right there.
Yeah, no, there's no road. There is houses through the woods, but there's no road.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a good thought though, that she could have called police, like, and then got abducted and then pulled over type of thing. Like pulled over, got abducted, drove a couple minutes, and then of course, then again, it was only 3 minutes between the 911 call and when they arrived.
Right. So if we look at that map, will you put the map in the back again too? Because I want to. You see how this reflection, this light just comes down? Let me hit play. See how this light right here comes back this way? So we know it's a reflection of something, right? But why isn't it doing that same thing? So you've got a couple of trucks, and then there's obviously cars, but it's not doing that for every vehicle or every large vehicle or small vehicle. It's only doing it for like maybe this, and then see, it's got a turn signal on or something. So there's a reflection, but it's not doing it for every vehicle that goes by. Only one. There's Red Rock says the underpasses I'm talking about are no more than wide dirt trails. Okay. So it didn't look like there was. Here it is. Let me grab that. Let me add that up here. Because I was wondering if maybe there was a road that went underneath, but there's not. So there's no overpass like that. It doesn't look like there's a road that runs next to it. See, where are these lights coming from?
Most of the camera is literally just picking up like random vehicles. Do you get what I'm saying? Like just one or two instead of all of them.
Oh yeah, that's a possibility too.
This is in Alabama.
Hoover, Alabama. Right? Oh, okay,
Mike
so there's
King does maps for free. Red Rock, hit him up. Wait, maps. Wait. The map I think we're fine with. I need the video edited.
Right? That's what we need. Let me add that. I have the map back there still though. Okay, so there was that one reflection that's just super eerie weird. But I'm wondering, because didn't the one article say it was like right at milepost 11? And then this article says that the footage is from 11.7, milepost 11.7.
Well, the camera itself is at 11.7. And that marker that she's at right now is at 11.2.
Okay. So I don't know what this is. Do you see where my mouse is at right
That's
there?
a sign, I think. Now, would it be that far off the road? Hold on. Let me get down there. And I'll look and I'll let you know.
Okay, there's the food sign. So it's going to be between the food sign and the milepost.
Going backwards a little bit to make sure I didn't pass something up. Like on the side, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Hello, Gray Hughes.
He'd be so embarrassed. Like,
come
right?
help.
What are you idiots doing with these maps?
Right. The legend.
Put it down, sleuth mom.
I can hear him saying it. What are you doing? Come on, what are you doing? I can hear him saying it. Good.
See, I think that's the sign that she's at, the mile marker. Could
Okay.
be wrong though, because then this one is up here. Get out of my way, truck. I can't see the trees.
Right. Truck. Shit, or get off
It's
the
like
pot.
a little hospital
dude.
sign and then the other food sign. I think we're way too far up though.
Okay. Well, let me show you what I'm talking about on this right here. We'll go back to that. I just want to show you this right here. When I hit play, watch right through here. Bam. Are those trees?
Yeah, like, so it almost looks like it's a corner of a green sign. So let's see, we got the food sign, the hospital sign, the green sign with the mile marker, and then there's another blue sign, mile marker. So let me go find that.
Oh, because look where we're at on the curve, too. This is coming right around the curve.
Yeah, see, I think I'm up too far whenever I'm going into this. So I need to go back this way.
Oh, now I know what BMH 45911.7 means. This looks like it's coming right around the curve. And then...
So that's the curve, I'm guessing.
Let me pull it up.
So then...
Let me add that back
right
up.
here.
That's a dark highway, right, Valerie?
Seems really far back. Hold on.
Emily said she was in one of his lives a week or so ago, and he's being brutal to his chat. Sometimes his chat gets rough. I used to mod for him. I like Gray, but I get what you mean. It is a very dark highway. Okay, did you just pass one of the signs?
Yeah.
Like right out of the curve. Let me show you this part right here. I think this is what's confusing me. So we got the
So here's
curve,
11.8 though. So I'm going to go right to where
mile
the
marker.
camera is.
Okay. 11.8.
Because the camera's at 11.7. So it's up here a little bit more.
Would it be that way or the other way?
No, it's this way.
Okay.
So there's the curve right there.
Okay.
So now we're out of the curve and see this, like, this is like it's further into the woods because it talks about the park. And I think that's what we're seeing is the corner of this green sign. Like, see how far off the road that one is?
Yeah. And it's got 3 legs. Okay.
So there's I think it's green sign, mile marker, and then 2 different blue signs and the little hospital sign. And I think whenever you're seeing that reflection, it's the bottom corner of that green sign.
Okay. I think that one just had 11.6. And then that looks like a food sign. Exit 10. Looks like a video game. A little bit. What'd that one say? 11.4.
Yeah, 11.4. And then there's another green sign. Might actually be this green sign. And the blue signs are way back here or way up here. Because I think she's at 11.2 whenever she pulled over.
So I wonder if she stopped and grabbed a toddler back, like on the curve, and called 911.
Or the camera?
Yeah, like called 911, like saw the toddler, stopped, got the baby, called 911, was on the phone with 911 and looking for a road. You know how they'll say, "Where are you at?" And so
Right.
she's looking for a mile marker because she
And
stops
drove up
right
to the
in
next
front
one.
of that mile marker and stops. And then we don't see her anymore. So I wonder if she grabbed the baby, pulled up to a landmark, which would be a mile marker, because
And
that's
this white
also
truck.
where the police officer goes directly to. You know what I mean? Is that mile marker.
Right.
So I think that somebody jumped in her car when she got out to get the baby. And so when we see her stop in front of that mile marker and get out, I don't know, man. This is weird.
It is. It is really weird. Ugh. I don't know.
You see what I mean? Because
Mhm.
when she's pulling up here like this, she's got her flashers on.
Like
And
she's
then
right here looking for the mile marker sign.
and she could very well be like, I'm going by this mile marker. There's exit signs right here. She might be looking for the exit to get
Mhm.
off of the interstate to meet law enforcement or something if she's got baby in her car already. But then she wouldn't be able to call 911. So she might have the baby. Something, for some reason, she stops right here, though. At first, I was thinking she was looking for the exit to get off. But she stops right there for some reason. I mean, I'm trying to think of if I'm driving down this interstate this late at night and I see a baby, I'm going to stop and grab baby and then try to get to a safe place. You know what I mean? Where law enforcement can get to me. I can call 911. I wouldn't want to do all of that stuff sitting on the side of the freeway.
Right.
With the baby.
They would have told her to get off the curve because someone might hit her. That's possible,
That's what I'm
Emily.
thinking. I'm thinking that they would. So then did somebody pop out here with a gun or something? You know, like, because if I see an adult come out the weeds, I might be thinking they're looking for the baby, so I would stop. It's just so weird. So very weird.
Regardless, we have to see her, even if she is just like, if nobody took her and she did just like walk into the bushes, like, why don't we see that either? Like, I swear I can't see it. I can't see her leave the vehicle. Did the cop? I'm just kidding. Here we go. Speculation
know.
highway.
You never know. Hi, Kim. Kim says you can see him. Where can you give me the timestamp? I have it pulled up on the big monitor, full screen looking at it. And
we can see a person get out of the front seat, but we don't know if it's a him or a her. Like we definitely see somebody get out, walk around to the back passenger side. It looks like to me, and then do what? Like, I don't know. And then they're standing next to the car for sure.
The car comes to a stop. Trying to get with the
like
lights
every
off.
time the headlights from another car are on the back of her car, you can see the person standing there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Emily, someone put the baby there on purpose as setup, is what it sounds like. We don't know for sure. But there was no baby. But that's what she called in. So her door just closed. Go back. So it looks
there's
like
somebody right there.
But okay, here's my question. Does her door open and she gets out, or does somebody walk up to her? Door's closed. Okay, door opened on the left.
Yeah, and then they get out,
Closed. She walks
walk around the
back.
front of the car. They're at the back passenger side right now.
Mm-hmm.
That back door is now open.
Don't they look like shorts? It looks like somebody in shorts.
No, I can't tell. Honestly, and I got my magnifier up right now. Like, I can't tell though.
Let me try to get it with the light off.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it looks like shorts and then skinny legs, but I can't tell for sure. Look by the blue sign, you see a figure. Kim says, look by the blue sign, you see a figure.
No, I think that's the post. I think they're seeing the post. Same way you were originally.
Yeah. See, I thought I saw a baby in the lights when the car was creeping up like that.
This pixelation. It almost looks like right there. Like within the last 5 seconds there that somebody walks behind the mile marker sign towards the woods.
Okay, let me back up a little bit.
Like go right here.
Okay.
You can see the back door close, and then that pixelation moves almost, it looks like, behind the mile marker sign.
Oh yeah, right through here you can see it.
Yeah, and then the pixelations change again over by that post at the bottom of that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're walking back there, so the light's reflecting differently.
And that's when this light comes backwards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that has a turn signal. This one has a turn signal at the same time. Yeah, and that looks pixelated. Like, I don't know if it's pixels or if it's somebody right there. Someone goes behind the sign. Chat says someone goes behind the sign. I mean, it kind of looks like it. Emery says, no, I see him. He walks from the blue sign to the green sign and stops by the post. From the blue sign up here, Emery? Or the blue sign back here? The one before it or after it? Or like top of the screen or bottom of the screen? Or come up here and point it out.
I think she's gone already. Like right now, where we're at. I think within the first like minute and a half there. Whatever happened, like I think it took place like that white mile marker sign. I feel like I already seen somebody go behind it. Do you know what I mean? And then just gone. And now we're just waiting for the cops to show up.
Emery says white t-shirt, bottom screen. Okay. Look, what timestamp? White t-shirt, bottom screen. That was a weird reflection. Did you see that?
Yeah.
It's like right here. Where's it at? Watch right through here.
Okay, she's out of the car, or whoever's driving is out of the car, I guess I should say. Door just opened and closed. Around the front.
This out. Check this out.
Yep.
All these cars are going to go by, and watch this right through here. Nothing lights up or pops out or anything like that. Like it all looks the same.
Okay.
Like right through here. As these cars go by. And then as these two, watch the light that shows up, and it's like right around the same time that she's getting out of the car. Here comes the next car. It's going to happen right here. Do you see that? There's not a sign or anything right here. Let me go back a second. Right there. Did you see that light up?
Okay, yeah.
I don't know what the hell that was. See, why is there only certain reflections that are picking up?
I don't know. But there she is right there standing.
Yep.
Or whoever.
Yeah, there's houses on the other side of there.
It's like something fell or something because they bent down to pick something up, it almost looked like.
Mm-hmm. Emery said, bottom of the screen.
Red Rock. You know what? I'm cheating too though because I totally have it zoomed on my side with the magnifier thing. But it's like so hard to zoom it and control the play button. I should be screen recording this right now, but I am also lazy. That sounds horrible.
My
Man.
media player is not working at all. Last time I did that, another StreamYard's opened up.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. I'm gonna have to mess with this some more tomorrow and Google like a not Google. I need to download it and then put it in my my video editing software that I have. Like I have a I use Open Shot Video Creator and I think I can add overlays that way and then maybe lighten it up just in case
yeah, that'll definitely help. Get rid of some of the glares.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't think Canva does that, but I think the other one does.
I don't know if it does or not, honestly.
It does look like a couple little flashlights in there, but then again, I mean, it seems like some vehicles have the reflection and others don't. It's weird, definitely, for sure. I mean, then she just like vanishes into thin air. Video is only 4 minutes and 40 seconds, and the first, I don't know, 20 seconds of it is her pulling up. I dropped the link, but I'll drop it again for anybody that wants to grab it and take a look at it.
I think I'm gonna call it a night though, Steph. I'm like way up past my bedtime. I'm usually in bed at like 9:30.
For sure. You've been live 3 times, girl. Yeah, I'm right behind you. Kara said, I think my eyes are done. I got you. Thanks. I appreciate you coming up tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. Have a good night, everybody.
Good. You too.
Bye.
Have a good. Take care. I don't know, guys. I dropped the link for anybody that wants to look at it. It's definitely crazy. Kim said, wonder if there were 2. I wonder if that was her phone that was flashing. Ooh, that's a good point. It could be her phone. I mean, yeah. I don't know if her phone was left behind or not. I'm gonna have to go back and watch Sleuth Mom's live about it. Let me pull that up again and drop it because she has all the information and the interview with the family and stuff too. Someone else drive her car. Very possible. She could have picked the baby up already because we didn't see baby walking or anything. Let me grab Sleuth Mom's the link to the video that she did. Let me grab that. Let's see. Here's the link for you guys. If you guys want to go and watch the whole stream there. I think there would have to be more than one. Makes sense. Yeah, for sure. There's the link. So the first link goes to the update from 9:45 p.m. that has this video in it. And then the second one goes right to the live stream that Sleuth Mom did talking about it. It's definitely, light goes all the way back down the road. It's definitely mysterious for sure. Yeah, it could be her. It could be her phone. I don't know. I'd be anxious to see what Gray does with this video footage, though. I'm sure he'll do something with it. He's like probably the best person when it comes to enhancing videos or clearing them or anything like that. It does look like something from the bottom of the screen. It's just so damn pixelated. It's hard to tell. For sure. For sure hard to tell. Strange. In any case, let me pull it back up. Let me grab that again. Let me put her. Where'd my mess? Oh my gosh, the screen is crazy. It's doing its own thing, y'all. It's all over. Let me grab the missing person's flyer again to put up. That way, you know what name to search and all of that good stuff to stay updated on it. I'm sure Sleuth Mom will continue to cover any of the updates and stuff on it. Let me put this up. There's also a guy, Jeff H. I think it is. He does great work on bids. Oh, cool. I don't do good work on bids if you can't too. But yeah, I'll be anxious to see what these guys do with it, different people. But there's her the flyer with all the information on there. True Crime Sisters, it looks like it's who made the flyer. The family said her wig was found, and so her hair would be braided down to her scalp. Beautiful young lady. I hope that she's safe. Hoover Police Department, Detective Brad Fountain, 205-445-62. For anybody who wants to keep up with that. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end it here. I just wanted to hang out for a little bit tonight and see how everybody's doing. I hope everybody's doing good. Hopefully, got some other things to talk about tomorrow, you know, other than the same old crazy crap going on. Everybody remember, be kind to yourself. Take care of yourself. Anybody got anything else? Anybody? Anything? At all? I don't know who Jeff H is. Who's Jeff H? Yeah, I hope she's found safe. I hope that there's nothing nefarious or crazy. It's scary to think about seeing a child on the interstate late at night and then, yeah, you stop because that's the right thing to do, only to find out it's a ploy to kidnap. I mean, that's crazy. We live in a crazy, dangerous world. Alrighty. Well, I'm going to head off to bed. Thanks for hanging out tonight. I will see y'all tomorrow or the next day. If not in some of the chats before then. Have a great night and take care of yourselves.